kalitesiz dedi bana.
Ya
birkaç
o
kişi.
belki kamera
Kamera açısı çıkıyor dediler, ona yapacak bir şey yok.
I will use these, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Camera there, so yeah, super. Fantastic. Yeah. I can start? Okay, fine.
Good morning from COP27, Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. My name is Giampiero Nacci. I'm a director in the Climate and Strategy Delivery team at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. I'm really pleased to be here with you and with a very distinguished guests to talk about decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors in Turkey. We should not discount the importance of these sectors for Turkey to achieve its ambitious goals of becoming carbon neutral by 2053. And that's what we're going to discuss today. We're also going to discuss about the role of low carbon pathways as a tool to make the industry move forward, but very much to engage, to create a platform for engagement with the regulators, with the private sector, with the project developers, with the actors in the industries, but very much also with the financial sector. So we're trying today to bring all these elements together in the discussions. We have a very, as I said, distinguished set of panelists and speakers. I have here in Sharm el-Sheikh with me, Feridun Tur, who is senior manager in the Economic Research Department at TSKB. But also we have connected from Turkey Mr. Ümit Yazin Güven, head of Metal Industry Department in the Ministry of Industry and Technology. We have Afik Koja, partner at PwC, and Emir Kozikolu, Sustainable Finance Manager at Garanti Bank. Before starting the event, I would like to thank and mention my colleagues in the EBRD Istanbul office, Hande Islak and Muharrem Ashkin, because they're really leading the work of the EBRD on decarbonization and low carbon transition from our offices in Turkey. So, but let me start with Mr. Ümit, who is connected, who is going to give us an introduction and providing a bit the framework for this discussion, talking about the importance of low carbon pathways for Turkey. Mr. Ümit, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Naji. I greet all participants respectfully. I would like to thank everyone involved in organizing this important event. I wish everyone a nice day and a productive meeting. As it's known, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in industry is one of the most important issues of today. From this point of view, the European Green Deal has targeted decarbonization in 5 priority sectors. These sectors were termed as steel, aluminium, cement, fertilizer, and electricity. As the Ministry of Industry and Technology, we started to work on joint projects on decarbonization in industry together with European Bank for Construction and Development. And our aim in these projects is to reveal low carbon production projections in steel, aluminium, cement, and fertilizer sectors. I would like to thank them for their high level cooperation. In the current process, our steel industry roadmap has been almost completed. It is planned to complete it in December. Our work on the aluminium and cement industry roadmap is just begun. And our fertilizer industry project is at the beginning level. I would like to give some information about the sectors we work on. As we all know, an important part of global emission sources is steel production. Turkey is in the 7th position in the world and the first in Europe in steel production. And about steel industry, there are 2 roles used in the world. These methods can be determined as a result of whether scrap or iron ore is used as raw material. Blast furnaces producing primary steel use iron ore and reduction is done with coke. On the other hand, electric arc furnaces, which transform steel scrap into steel by melting, carry out secondary steel production. In other words, they are facilities that recycle steel. The most important difference is that electric arc furnaces have less carbon dioxide emissions than blast furnaces. And Turkey has been continuing its activities for years as one of the world's largest steel recycling regions. Of course, this is not enough for us. We continue our work for more sustainable and green production. And similar considerations are also valid for the aluminium industry. As in the steel industry, we have a solid infrastructure in the aluminium industry to produce secondary aluminium from recycling. Secondary aluminium production, which is currently at the level of approximately 35 million tons for the whole world, is expected to increase rapidly. And Turkey's aluminium production is also concentrated in this section. Turkish aluminum industry has a much lower carbon dioxide emission than the world average. Turkish aluminum sector is on its way to becoming a critical supplier for both the EU and the world. As for the cement industry, Vietnam ranks first and Turkey ranks second in world cement exports. And cement industry is responsible for about approximately 5% of the world's carbon emissions. We are working on the use of alternative materials in order to ensure the sustainability of the cement industry. We have been working on many projects such as energy efficiency, use of electricity from renewable energy sources, use of hydrogen, carbon capture and storage known as CCS, use of DRI that can be substituted for scrap, heat and electricity production from blast furnaces, tap gas, and process improvements, and etc. The main issue for all these processes and what has been described is that the world needs green energy, and Turkey is making great progress in renewable energy. Turkish government is implementing a substantial new policy and strategy package to achieve the net zero targets. And in this direction, Turkey is determined to meet all requirements, especially decarbonization. For a greener, sustainable industry, Turkey is open to all collaborations and is willing to work together. The work we have done with EBRD will contain very important outputs for our sectors, which are very strong in production and exports. Our work with the EBRD is very important for the green information of Turkish industry and its 2030 targets. First and foremost, the outputs of these roadmaps will also constitute important inputs for Turkey's 12th development plan, covering the years 2024 to 2028. My friend will give detailed information about the work done in the sectoral roadmaps that I have just mentioned. I would like to thank EBRD and their team again for this study. And thank you very much for listening to me carefully. I wish all participants and colleagues a nice day and a successful organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umit. This was a very effective and comprehensive overview of the work ahead. And thank you also for mentioning the cooperation with EBRD. We strongly believe in the importance of this work to retain the competitiveness of the industrial sector in Turkey, who you actually very effectively described. So maybe actually we can now go a bit into the details of the work on low carbon pathways that Mr. Umit just mentioned. So I think we were together in Istanbul a few weeks ago. We were discussing about all the work ongoing. Would be great if you can give us a bit of a more details and overview of the main aspects of the low carbon pathways activities. Over to you, Afik.
Sure, thanks, Gianpiero. My name is Akif Koca. I am leading the public sector advisory team here in PwC Turkey. We have been working together with EBRD and Ministry of Industry in developing these low carbon pathway projects. Mr. Güven already mentioned in detail about the importance of these three sectors for Turkey. I'll briefly mention about the purpose, scope, and details of the LCP projects under consideration. So I will present my screen if I can. Can you provide me the access to screen sharing?
Yes, go ahead. You should be able to access it.
Okay, we are delivering these low carbon pathway projects as a consortium together with Eskarus and Ekodenge in Turkey. As already mentioned by Gianpiero and Ümit Bey, the three sectors, iron and steel, aluminum and cement sectors, are among the key contributors of the greenhouse gas emissions in the world. So they are important contributors of the emitters of the gas emissions globally as well. So when it comes to Turkey, these industries also play a significant role again in emissions of the total manufacturing industry. And we all know that EU will be implementing the carbon border adjustment mechanism, especially focusing on these 5 industries, and 3 industries are already addressed under the current low carbon pathway projects. And the companies who export to EU markets will be facing some form of carbon tax after 2026. And thus, EU Green Deal with a disruptive impact on Turkish manufacturers who are exporting to EU. When we look at the export and import shares of these 3 industries, we can see that iron and steel industry exports 40% of its total exports to EU countries. And this figure is about 60% for aluminum and 20% for cement. So these export figures, these export volumes will be definitely affected from the CBAM regulations. And these industries also have between 2 to 3% of total EU imports. So Turkey is among the important importers of these elements, these industries, when it comes to European markets. We have been developing low carbon pathway projects for the 3 sectors with the support of EBRD and together with Ministry of Industry and Technology. And these projects indeed address a large stakeholder base. First of all, the government bodies, government organizations who will be supporting the transformation. And secondly, the industrial associations who will be basically leading the transformation on behalf of their industries, as well as other public entities. The whole companies operating in the industries, the research institutions are the direct and indirect stakeholders that have been included in these projects. As already mentioned by Mr. Güven, the main objective of the projects is to develop roadmaps for the decarbonization of the Turkish industries. And this is also part of the overall ambition of the Turkish governments towards sustainable development and sustainable transformation. We have started the steel sector LCP in May this year, and we are expecting to finalize it in the weeks to come. Aluminum and cement sector projects have recently started, and we will finish these projects early next year. The projects have 5 main tasks. After the project kickoff and inception, we start the task B, which is about scoping and diagnostics. So in task B, we basically deep dive into the specific industries, respective industries. We identify the initiatives in terms of green transition in those industries and compare and benchmark the industries with the other countries, as well as we conduct a high-level regulatory and gap assessment. Under task C, we develop scenarios to achieve the decarbonization goals for the specific industries, and we develop a simulation model to achieve those target emission numbers. And under task D, we develop detailed action plans, detailed roadmaps to achieve the decarbonization of the respective industries going forward. So what are the overall objectives, overall targeted direct and indirect outcomes of the project? First of all, we are aiming to analyze both the business as usual scenario as well as emission reduction scenarios for the CBAM industries. And secondly, we are aiming to develop a data-driven structure, data-driven analysis of those industries to understand their carbon emission targets and carbon emission pathways. And thirdly, we will also aim to basically deliver a blueprint for the modeling for the Turkish industries, which can also be used by the ministry in future forecasting and future modeling efforts. There are also some indirect outcomes of the projects that we are aiming for. First of all, we are aiming for an improved organizational capacity in the institutions as well as industry associations, as well as an improved institutional understanding of the green transition in the country. And secondly, through these projects and through identifying the main intervention areas and technologies in these projects, we are expecting higher investments supported by companies' own resources as well as financial institutions to achieve this green transition in the respective industries. And last indirect outcome is about employment. We are also aiming for high qualified employment creation in the long run in support of this green transition, and also considering the gender equality perspective. So these are the main activities and outcomes of the project. We have already finalized most of the activities of the steel LCP, and we have delivered our interim draft reports, met with all stakeholders, engaged all stakeholders in the course of the projects. So this institutional capacity building and institutional engagement objective, I believe, has been achieved in the LCP for Steel project, and we will follow the same approach also in the other LCPs. So we really want to involve all the related stakeholders in the projects, starting from the day one. So at the end of this whole kind of analysis and modeling exercise, the main outcome will be a decarbonization roadmap. So for the steel industry, we have structured the roadmap under two policy pillars. The first one is input and technology pillar. So under this pillar, we are identifying specific intervention areas, specific policy areas. And the second policy pillar is about policy and markets. Under input and technology policy pillar, we have listed 6 main policy areas, and we have identified the specific policies, detailed policies under each policy area. So these policy areas are input optimization, technologies for reducing carbon content, carbon output, technologies for capturing and using carbon, green energy transition, so fuel change, process improvement, and upskilling and reskilling of labor force. Under policy and markets, we are mainly focusing on policy-related, I would say like soft policy areas, such as R&D, emissions trading system, the trade models and trade schemes, the policy documents in support of this green transition, the financial support for the green transformation, and as well as cooperation among all stakeholders. So we have identified about more than 60 specific policies under the said policy areas, and we have also identified the corresponding kind of timelines, the responsible institutions to achieve the policies, and the specific kind of types of the policies in our draft LCP roadmap output. So for the sake of time, I'm not going into details for each policy area, and if any question arises, I can basically provide more information in the next phase of the panel. Thank you for listening to us, and I hope this panel will be very productive, very useful for the industries, for the country, and for the green transformation of the related stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afik. You provided a very comprehensive overview, which actually shows the complexity and how this type of activities, really look into multiple aspects of the decarbonization. Maybe we can continue with you, Feridun, because we have the privilege to have a proper economist with us today, and I think both Umit but also Afik, they mentioned very repeatedly the importance of these sectors in the Turkish economy, and Turkish economy is very connected. is a open and trading powerhouse on a global level. So maybe let's stick to the global perspective. So what is your take on, broadly speaking, the green transformation in the industrial sector? And then maybe if you could also elaborate your view on the implications for Turkey, both in terms of risks, but also in terms of opportunities.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. But before getting to the answer, I want to mention about the importance of the 10th of November for Turkish people. Today is the death anniversary of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of our republic. So I remember him with respect and with gratefulness and with longing. Then coming to the answer, yeah. Maybe first we have to think about what does hard to abate mean. Okay, we know that it's the energy intensive industries, but one more point should be mentioned. I think transition is not nearly straightforward in these industries. I mean, is there a solution? Yeah, there's a solution, but the solution is so expensive, so it's not easy to make that transition. For example, studies estimate that to make a steel production green, the costs have to rise 20 to 40%. Or if you produce a cement and you want to try to carbon capture and storage, then the production cost would increase 80% to 100% in cement industry. So there is a solution, but it's far too expensive. So what to do about that? Let me quote Managing Director of IMF, Kristina Georgieva, from yesterday's speech. She said, behaviors change with incentives, and not just saying please. Yeah. So the global agenda had to generate some benefits for the actors transitioning, and that there must be self-interest developed for the firms. So actually, we believe the climate politics and diplomacy is going on this side, especially for hard to abate sectors. Yes, the world is changing, and the world is changing fast. And I want to picture this change first by mentioning the global policy agenda, and then I will mention about the national policies. So we can group the global policy environment in 4 headings, I believe. The first one is the carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is the production factor, pricing the production factor of natural resources, which traditional economic models take as free, but it's not free now. So the cost function of firms changes. And this leads to a major shift in the competitiveness landscape, actually. And there will be losers and winners, both in country, between sectors, and both between countries. And the most important and the most known issue is that the CBAM proposal of the European Commission about this. But I here want to emphasize that CBAM or carbon pricing is not the only issue that Turkish firms are facing. CBAM is important, but it's not the only one. There are other regulations. For example, this leads me to the second point of my global agenda issue, corporate responsibility due diligence proposal of the EU Commission. This actually, I know details are not determined, not all the details, but this proposal has the potential to affect all Turkish firms in whatever industry they are working on. If they sell to the large EU companies, and if they are in the value chains of the large EU companies. So this is a threat, a real threat for competitive landscape, actually. So another issue, another accelerator for the green transformation is the public procurement practices. This is a development policy tool, actually, and US starts to use this, and they announced a green procurement program. So this tool can be a bright spot for companies all over the world, but if, and a big if, you achieved, to transform towards low carbon production. And the fourth issue that I believe, the global agenda is looking for is the consumer preferences. Because as the climate crisis awareness increases, consumers choose to reorient their demand towards green activities, towards green products, towards green firms. So this is another issue that demand side transformation is accelerating. In addition to these four factors driving the change, a catalyst is going to take place at the end of the year, this year, a climate club formed by G7 countries. If it becomes successful, the club aims to unify the climate policies in developed economies, and they aim to increase the, in quotation marks, climate ambition of developing countries. And this means that firms in Turkey could face a larger scope of activities faced with global regulations and pressure, and it could be sooner than they expect. So my important take here is that CBAM is not the only issue the exporters would face, and global agenda and global climate, about the agenda climate, is forcing firms to transform. And the national policy environment also completes this picture. After the ratification of Paris Agreement, last year we saw the policymaker took very fast action on climate crisis, and which can be seen as an indication of the readiness of the public institutions in Turkey, and it's a good thing. And the policymaker in all fronts, in all ministries, gives the message of green transformation to stakeholders, all stakeholders, and this is important actually, because it's a development policy tool actually, giving this message, painting the development direction of the economy, and convince firms that the upcoming regulations would serve on this direction. So convincing firms is important, because if you do not convince firms, there would be no transformation, I believe. The sectors that we are talking here is the hard to abate sectors, but if you do not give necessary incentives, and the sectors could become hard to convince. Hard to abate sectors can become hard to convince. So convincing is an important issue, I think. So following the messages of the macro development perspective of the government and the policy maker, we are now waiting for the NDC, which will be announced here next week. And also the introduction of the emission trading system and the details about that. Those all will I think serve companies to be convinced about the transformation necessity. So to sum up, global and national policies are getting aligned towards the green transition and generate incentives for sectors. And firms have to take the message straightforward. There's no business as usual scenario anymore, we believe. So coming to potential advantage of Turkey. Turkey has a great diversification of industrial activities. It really exports lots of products to a great deal of countries. To set the scene, Turkey's industrial performance is, and both performance and potential is significant. What is the advantage is this, is that two generations are at work together now. What do I mean? As owner of the firm, father or mother, and son and daughter both at work and in charge of the firms in Turkey. The elder one has the experience to cope with huge macro shocks, and the young one is open to and hence willing to adapt to the changing environment. Elder one, owners of the firm, has a great experience in Turkey working with highly volatile macro environment. High inflation, exchange rate shocks, and demand shocks, cyclical or structural demand shocks, they have experience, and they have the advantage to be calm and wise. And at the same time, the younger family member is in charge in the company, and he or she has a great education, open to change, and willing to make a difference. So this is a potential for Turkish mid-caps in Anatolia, called Anatolian Tigers, we believe. There is the duality, but the duality is embedded in the Anatolian Tigers' age of the firm. Embedded duality can be a bright spot. And lastly, I have not mentioned the finance issue, but it was my intent actually. Sometimes the only obstacle in green transformation is seen as the lack of finance. But yeah, sure, finance is critical. Nobody says anything like another thing. But we must admit it is not the only obstacle. I believe you saw that the report of the high-level export group, yesterday's report, yeah, and they say finance for action, and action is investment, and action is project developing. So to generate, to develop projects and to give investment decisions, firms had to be convinced first about the necessity of the transformation, and then accompanied by professionals to develop feasible projects. These are the two prerequisites, we believe, for the green transformation. So if all these met, Turkish firms have the potential to adapt the green transformation of the globe if all the stakeholders look in the right direction and act rightly. I will stop here. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Feridun, because you put a lot of information and a lot of really interesting points that would deserve probably a longer conversation. But I like to start from your last comment about the financial sector. You know, the role of the financial sector. So we have Emir with us, and I think Emir, we've been hearing a lot of interesting information. So on one side, it looks like this transformation is reversible because it's needed. We see that the policymaker are trying to set up the frameworks to support this transformation, but at the same time, there are global storms, global shocks that ultimately makes the transformation complex. Plus, of course, it's very difficult to plan investment in a highly cyclical sector. So, the role of the financial sector, what are the risks? How you see things from your perspective? I'm also particularly interested to know whether you think that the current financial instruments are adequate to support the transformation. And also, maybe last point that would be interesting for you to cover. Feridun mentioned about the role of corporate governance, the role of capacity and tools. You mentioned also disclosure requirements. So it will be interesting also to know, to hear your perspective about how you perceive these tools when you approach finance, when you price your finance to your client. Over to you, Amir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm extremely honored to be included in this panel with so many distinguished panelists. This is a great question as well, and I'm very happy that Feridun Bey mentioned both the importance of the financing side and the role of corporate governance as well, because this will tie in at the end of my points as well. So obviously, as bankers, as financial institutions, we play a key role in transitioning towards this low carbon economy. Now, because this panel is mostly about low carbon pathways in hard to abate sectors, I want to briefly talk about what we do as Garanti BBVA, but as bankers in general, as our sort of approaches to risk management in these sectors, especially nowadays. For CBAM sectors and for high emission intensive sectors, currently we are implementing some new risk management methodologies that include, that rate our customers' readiness towards climate transition. This includes questions towards our customers in terms of their emission intensities, in terms of their technological development, in terms of their strategies to achieve the zero carbon targets, whether they have long-term targets to reduce their carbon emissions, and also obviously their corporate governance structures as well. We especially did this sort of exercise first for our steel clients in Turkey. So obviously, as Ümit Bey mentioned, we have both blast furnace using raw steel producers, and also most of our clients are using recycled steel and electric arc furnaces as well. These are less emission intensive, but still to achieve a net zero world with even with electric arc furnaces and sort of scrap steel producers, obviously Turkey's renewable energy capacity has to increase a lot to achieve that as well, because they have to use a lot of electricity. There are recent developments in raw steel production when it comes to using hydrogen as an alternative to coal as well, both in the metallurgical process and for heat requirements. But again, the investment requirements are high here, as Feridun Bey mentioned. Large capital investments are required, and also operational expenses are going to be increased sometimes twofold as well. And also, as I mentioned, investment required is not one-sided. For electricity-intensive electrification processes, renewable energy needs to increase a lot to reduce our overall carbon emissions. And for use of clean hydrogen, obviously, again, a lot of clean energy is required too. We also want to briefly mention cement as well. Cement is, as we know, especially a hard-to-abate sector due to its process emissions. There needs to be a lot of regulatory improvements as well when it comes to access to alternative raw materials and alternative fuels, especially access to waste. Regulations regarding these are going to be especially important. One point for cement as well, we see that it is not going to be possible for cement to become net zero without sort of large-scale carbon capture and storage installations as well. This is a very new, obviously new technology, and this needs to be scalable. So technological advancements here need to be monitored very carefully, not just by the industry, but by financial institutions like us as well. So when it comes to the role of financing and corporate governance and importance of corporate governance when it comes to this as well, now obviously for every investment loan, for every project finance, especially in high emission sectors, we assess their environmental and social risks in a very sort of so we assess their risks in a very detailed manner. Yes, but from now on, we need to also take into account the projected emissions of these sort of investments going forward as well, because as Feridun Bey mentioned, CBAM and the potential Turkey ETS system is going to be highly impactful on these sectors, therefore their profitability and therefore their credibility as well. One issue from a corporate governance side that we're facing a lot, unfortunately, is maybe not the awareness, but the lack of data. So the data availability when it comes to emissions, the data availability when it comes to the companies, especially in these hard-to-abate sort of old installation sectors. We are running into some data availability issues, some transparency issues when it comes to their strategic ambitions towards climate change. So therefore, regulations and the Turkish regulations becoming similar to the EU when it comes to both corporate governance and corporate disclosures are going to be extremely important going forward, because for us as financiers, access to data, access to client strategies, and transparency is extremely important for us to judge whether these clients are ready for their low carbon transformation or not. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emir. You touched upon a number of very important points and how indeed the regulation can drive can provide some of the incentives that Feridun in fact talked about just a few minutes ago. We still have a few minutes, so I would like to know whether someone in the audience wants to ask any question to our panelists. Yes, we have. Can you please also briefly introduce yourself?
My name is Michał Dymowski. I'm a team leader of the project supporting Turkey's transition towards circular economy. I'm also a former member of the EBRD Environment and Social Advisory Council. What I haven't seen in the presentation, maybe it's already taken into account the role of circular economy into decarbonization. As we all know, the expected impact of the globally on reduction of greenhouse gases emissions from through circular economy is around 38%. In Turkey, we have a very big ambition to develop the circular economy national strategy and also the single-use plastics roadmap. But as mentioned by the distinguished panelists, in the steel production sector, particularly in the recycling sector, Turkey is one of the biggest importers from scrap metal from the European Union. And also incoming regulation on the waste shipments that would require due diligence and particular audits would impact the sector. But in general, I would suggest in developing the roadmaps, strategies for those three sectors to also take into consideration the potential of circular economy and also the reuse of the materials, industrial symbiosis as well, that can highly have an impact on the decarbonization. As for the financial markets and products, yes, we have been working also with international national banks. We have even benchmarked some of the European largest banks like Intesa Bank, who are disbursing 9 billion euros from the Resilient Facility on circular economy. And also we would like to see what kind of financial products are there to support the business sector to move towards circular economy, but also in addition to the green bonds and other type of equities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a very good question. Maybe, Afik, do you want to take it? Since actually the question is about how circular economy is actually taken into account in the low carbon pathways work.
Sure. I think we will also consider the circular economy aspect in developing the low carbon pathways. But the scope of our scenario development and modeling is when it comes to emissions, scope 1 and scope 2 emissions mostly. So we will mainly model the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions for the respective industries. But we will for sure, when it comes to decarbonization roadmaps, we will for sure mention the related policies to basically uphold the circular economy in the steel industry as well as other industries. Because we also think that that is an important part of the total transformation. And when it comes to circular economy, then we need to also consider the demand dynamics. So demand of the kind of the industries which use the steel, cement, and other kind of materials. And we should also, I think, consider how we are gonna basically engage those industries, how we are gonna motivate those industries to use low carbon inputs for their processes. Because in certain cases, low carbon inputs might be a kind of a little bit more expensive, but that is part of the challenge. So then it comes again, it boils down to the total kind of area of national policies as well as kind of financial instruments to support also the use of low carbon materials, low carbon products in the end kind of use industries for when it comes to the total kind of value chain of these industries under consideration. So to sum, I think we will definitely consider the circular economy perspective. We have not, as for the sake of time, we have not gone through all the detailed kind of policies. We have specific policies addressing the circular economy perspective as well, and addressing the use industries, use sectors as well. So that's the kind of short answer from my side.
Thank you very much. Afik, I don't know if any of the panelists wants to add anything on this question or in general. Mr. Umid, maybe you want to? No? Okay. So let me
maybe I can add
Yes, please.
something for the financial side as well, because I think the question also included some issues towards new financing options as well. For green financing, this is obviously increasingly becoming important, and we as a bank and a lot of banks, a lot of financial institutions are offering lower interest rate loans if that investment is in fact green. So, for example, our financial framework considers the EU taxonomy's climate mitigation and adaptation thresholds. Green financing is going to become increasingly more important to finance these new investments with sort of lower discount rates, because obviously these are seen as better long-term investments.
Thank you very much, Emir. So I think we are at the end of this session, which I found very interesting. We covered the regulatory aspects, the financial aspects, the use of platforms and tools like low carbon pathways to really bring all the actors together. We talked about macroeconomic shocks and the drivers. So I hope it's been a useful and informative session. It's been for me for sure. So let me thank our panelists and speaker, Mr. Umit, Mr. Rafik, Mr. Emir, Mr. Feridun, sorry. So please join me in thanking our panelists today. Thank you very much. Have a very good day.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes.
söz.
Konuşmadan önce fotoğraf alacağım abi. Olduk mu?
Bir tane de şöyle rica edebilir miyim? Yukarıdan almam mümkün olabilir mi?
Boş görünebilir ama alabilirim.
Yok, hiç problem değil. Yani şu orta şeyden aldık mı hiç sorun yok. Evet, orası. Az daha şuradan alıp efendim. Şöyle mi? Şöyle. Şöyle. Tamam, çok teşekkür ederim.
Tamam.
Ben teşekkür ederim. Tamam. Lütfen hiçbir yere ayrılmayın çünkü sizden başkası yok. Hatta şöyle... Aa, gerçekten mi? Hangi kanalda? Aa, gerçekten mi? Süper. Tamam. Çok teşekkür ederim. Tamamdır. Kamera bu kamera değil mi? Tamam. O zaman bu kameradan bütün Türkiye'ye ve Türk izleyicilere teşekkür ederiz. Türkiye pavilyonunda genelde bu tür sunumlar COP27'de İngilizce yapılıyor ama benim yapacağım sunum Türkçe olacak çünkü bunun özel bir sebebi var. Sustainability konusunu, sustainability sözcüğünü Türkçe'ye çevirdiğimizde sürdürülebilirlik olarak çeviriyoruz ama aslında orada ufak tefek oynamalar yapma şansımız var. Yani benim üzerine çalıştığım konu o sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçlarının 17 tanesinin her birini hayatımıza nasıl uygulayacağımızı anlatmak. Bunun üzerine çalışıyorum. O yüzden de bugünkü sunumum Türkçe olacak. Hepinize merhabalar. Çok kısa kendimden bahsedeyim. Kendimden bahsetmeden önce aslında bu tür sunumları, bu tür organizasyonları online yaptığımızda hayatımızda nasıl bir etkisi oluyor onunla başlayayım istedim. Bütün konferansları online yaptığımız zaman ki hatırlarsınız pandemi döneminde bu şekilde ilerlemişti. Çok ciddi bir karbon emisyonu azalımına sebep olmuşuz. Yani Cornell Üniversitesi'nde bu konuda bir araştırma yapmışlar. Bütün etkinlikleri yüz yüze yapmak yerine hepsini online yaptığımızda karbon ayak izimizi %94 azalttığımızı görmüşler. O yüzden şüphesiz beraber olmanın, o beraber sohbet etmenin, çay kahve içmenin keyfini bize vermiyor hiçbir zaman. Ama online olduğunda da dünyaya sağladığımız faydayı sizinle paylaşayım istedim. Şu bölümü hızlıca geçeyim. Kendimi tanıttığım bölüm. Farklı farklı görevlerim var üniversitelerde ve sivil toplum kuruluşlarında. Şimdi sürdürülebilirliğin birkaç tane tanımı var. Aslında 100'den fazla tanımı var. Onlardan da en çok kullanılanı şu an ekranda görebilirsiniz. Üretim ve çeşitliliğin devamlılığı sağlanırken insanlığın yaşamının daimi kılınabilmesidir. Çok güzel. Başka bir ifadeyle sürdürülebilirlik kendi ihtiyaçlarımızı gelecek nesillerin ihtiyaçlarından ödün vermeden karşılayabilmemizdir der literatür. Fakat bunu böyle söylediğimiz zaman sürdürülebilirlik kafamızda çok net canlanmıyor. Yani hayatımızdaki yeriyle ilgili çok fazla bir şey ifade etmiyor bize. Örnek verelim, başka bir örnek verelim. O da voleybol olsun mesela. Hani voleybolun da bir ansiklopedik, bir kitabi tanımı var. Ona da şöyle bir baktığınız zaman fileyle ikiye bölünmüş bir oyun alanı üzerinde 6 kişilik 2 takım ile oynanan bir spor dalıdır diye başlıyor ve devam ediyor. Ama biz bu ansiklopedik tanımı okuduğumuz zaman voleybolu şöyle hayal etmiyoruz mesela.
Maç yolu şansı, Tokyo bileti şansı için için servis veriyor. Rogani top karşısında Melih avantajı aldı. Gazı pasında Melih İsmailoğlu bitiriyor. Olimpiyata gidiyoruz. Bravo size. Helal size benim sultanlarım.
Değil mi? Voleybolun ansiklopedik tanımına baktığımızda, anladığımızla, gördüğümüzle bu videoyu izlediğimizde gördüklerimiz oldukça farklı. İşin içinde heyecan var, işin içinde acı var, işin içinde üzüntü var, işin içinde umut var, umudu kaybetme var, birazcık ağlama var, birazcık gülme var, bolca sevinç var değil mi? O yüzden aslında sürdürülebilirliğin tanımıyla ilgili, yani sürdürülebilirliğin iletişimi üzerine konuştuğumuz için söylüyorum. Sürdürülebilirliğin tanımıyla ilgili düşünmeye başladığınız zaman hepinizin kendi tanımınızı yaratmanız mümkün. Mesela benim şöyle bir tanımım var sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili. Ben diyorum ki insanın veya kurumun, aslında toplumun sağlığından ve refahından ödün vermeden kendisine, başkalarına ve çevreye karşı hassas ve saygılı olmasıdır. Özellikle de gençlere şöyle anlatmayı tercih ediyorum ben. Sürdürülebilirlik konusu daha iyi insan olmakla, daha iyi kurum olmakla, daha iyi toplum olmakla alakalı. Özellikle o gençlerin gözünde bunu birazcık daha böyle havalı bir tabir olarak bulundurabilirsek, onlara birazcık daha bunu böyle havalı bir şey olarak ifade edebilirsek, gençler bu konuda çok hızlı aksiyona geçiyorlar ki çevremizde de görüyoruz. Yani burada da farklı farklı genç aktivist gruplarının yaptığı aktiviteleri izliyoruz. COP27'de Türkiye pavilyonunda bu sohbeti yaparken yine Türkiye ile ilgili de güzel bir videoyu sizinle paylaşmak istedim ama çok güzel bir Türkçe karşılığını da paylaşacağım sizinle. Biz sürdürülebilirlik olarak tarif ediyoruz o sustainability'yi ama çok güzel başka bir sözcük var dilimizde. Sizinle şimdi onu paylaşacağım.
Bu Amerikan şirketleri falan uluslararası toplantılarda yarı İngilizce, yarı Türkçe gibi bir şey var. İşte sürdürülebilirlik diyorlar. İşte sürdürülebilir İngilizce sustainability, Türkçe çevrildiğinde sürdürülebilirlik diye bir şey. Ben dedim ki sustainability'nin gerçek anlamda Türkçesi sürdürülebilirlik değil. Nedir diye. Size de sorayım, siz biliyor musunuz?
Tutarlılık gibi bir şey mi?
Hayır. Ama güzel, yakın bir şey. Bizim kültürümüzde sürdürülebilirliğin binlerce yıldır olan şeyi, gelenek değil. Bereket. Bereket neden? Amerikan mantığında sustainability, sürdürülebilirlik şeyi ya bir işi bereketli yapmaya devam etmek. Yani onu yaptığında ondan çıkan şeyin sana katkısının hep devamlı olabilmesi. Ve bereket kaçmamak için ne yapılır bizim mutfakta? Hiçbir şey atılmaz, ziyan edilmez. Atılmama, ziyan edilmeme. Dolayısıyla bunun içindeki o yağ önemli. Yani böyle havalı Amerikan deyimi değil de bizim kendi özümüzden onun farkına varan insan daha bir asla sahip çıkabiliyor.
Evet, Türkçe'de gerçekten sustainability'nin çevrimi için yani bir karşılığı olarak bereket diye çok güzel bir terimimiz var. Onu da kullanabiliriz baktığınızda. O bütün şeyi karşılıyor. Sürdürülebilirliğin altındaki bütün amaçları aslında karşılıyor. Şimdi özellikle genç arkadaşlara ben bunu anlatırken sürdürülebilirliği tek bir şey olarak tanımlamıyorum aslına bakarsanız. 2015 yılında Birleşmiş Milletler'in yayınladığı bir 17 tane sürdürülebilir kalkınma amacı var ekranda gördüğünüz. Onların her biri aslında sürdürülebilirliğin bir parçası. Yani sürdürülebilirlik dediğimizde anlaşılan şeyin aslında bu olması lazım. O bütün sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçları. Genelde şu anda da zaten iklim konferansındayız, iklimle ilgili bir konferanstayız. Konunun birazcık böyle çevresel tarafı öne çıkarılıyor ya da o tarafı birazcık anlaşılıyor. Halbuki işin bir finansal tarafı var, ekonomik tarafı var, halbuki işin bir sosyal tarafı var. Bunların hepsi bir araya geldiğinde aslında bir şey ifade ediyor. Sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili bir şey ifade ediyor. Dünyada çok güzel gelişmeler var. Onlardan bir tanesi Stanford Üniversitesi'nin açtığı bir fakülte. Stanford Üniversitesi 70 senedir bir fakülte açmıyordu. İlk defa bir fakülte açtı geçtiğimiz aylarda. Sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili bir multidisipliner fakülte. Yani her alandan farklı farklı bilim insanlarının çalıştığı ve öğrencilere bunun bilgisini aktardığı bir fakülte. Şöyle bir bütçeleri var. 1,6 milyar dolarlık bir bütçeleri var. Türkiye'de de çok güzel bir gelişme var. Karşılaştırma olsun diye ikisini yan yana koydum size. ODTÜ'de çok güzel bir araştırma merkezi kuruldu. Sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili bir araştırma merkezi kuruldu. Fakat Stanford'daki bütçenin 1,6 milyar dolar olduğunu hatırlatayım ve size Türkiye'deki tüm devlet üniversitelerine ayrılan kaynağın 58 milyar TL olduğunu hatırlatayım. Yani 1,6 milyar dolar Stanford'ın bütçesi, yaklaşık 30 milyar TL. Türkiye'deki bütün devlet üniversitelerine ayrılan bütçenin yaklaşık yarısı kadar. O yüzden bu konuda alacak yolumuz var. Mutlaka bu sohbeti izleyen, bu yayını izleyenlerin arasında devletimizin görevlileri vardır, yetkilileri vardır, üst düzey yöneticileri vardır, farklı akademisyenler vardır. Ama en önemlisi, benim en çok önemsediğim şey, özel sektörden yöneticiler vardır. Çünkü hepsi bir araya geldiği zaman, yani işte devlet tarafı, resmi kurumlar, akademi tarafı ve özel kurumlar bir araya geldiği zaman ancak burada bir ilerleme şansımız var. Stanford Üniversitesi'nin bu bütçesinin tamamının bağışlardan geldiğini size hatırlatmakta fayda görüyorum. Sürdürülebilirliğin toplumda ne ifade ettiğine dair arada bir ben anketler yapıyorum. O anketlerden bir tanesinde de bunu sordum. Sürdürülebilirlik dendiğinde aklınıza ne geliyor diye. LinkedIn'de bu soruyu sordum ve o QR kodu okutursanız, ekrandaki QR kodu telefonunuzdan okutursanız, o LinkedIn'de paylaştığım şeye gelen yorumları görebilirsiniz. Yaklaşık 1200 tane yorum geldi. Görüyoruz ki sürdürülebilirlik konusu ağırlıklı olarak devamlılıkla ve süreklilikle karıştırılıyor. Aslında çok daha geniş bir kapsam. Biraz evvel konuştuğumuz gibi o 17 tane sürdürülebilir kalkınma amacının hepsinin aslında birleşmiş hali. Fakat toplum tarafındaki yansıması birazcık öyle değil. Onunla ilgili de birkaç detay paylaşacağım sizinle. Mesela geçenlerde bir jürisinde bulunduğum bir yarışmada neredeyse katılan, sunum yapan şirketlerin tamamı projelerin sürdürülebilirliğinden bahsetti. Halbuki aslında bu yanlış bir kullanım. Doğru kullanım bence şu olmalı: projelerin sürekliliğini sağlamak veya projelerin devamlılığını sağlamak. Biz artık sürdürülebilirlik sözcüğünü her yerde kullanmaya başladığımız için onun altı birazcık boşalmaya başladı. Yani yavaş yavaş onun altını boşaltmaya başladık daha doğrusu. Anlamını yitirmesi gibi bir endişemiz de var. O yüzden o özen göstermemiz gereken konulardan bir tanesi. Şöyle bir soru sormuştum yine LinkedIn'de. Demiştim ki satın almak, işe girmek veya yatırım yapmak söz konusu olduğunda karbon salımını azaltan bir markayı tercih eder miydiniz? %50'si her şartta ederdim demişti. Yaklaşık 1972 kişi buna oy vermişti. Bir soru daha sormuştum. O soruya cevap veren de 1400 kişi vardı. Sürdürülebilirlik kapsamında inisiyatif almış olan ve %5-10 daha pahalı olan bir ürünü tercih eder misiniz diye sormuştum. %60'ı, yaklaşık %58'i ederdim demişti. Hemen bunun ardından çok güzel bir araştırmaya denk gelmiştim. Yani bu anketleri yaptıktan sonra gördüğüm bir araştırma bu. Migros'un Nielsen IQ ile ve Think Neuro ile beraber yaptığı bir araştırma bu. İki tüketiciden biri sürdürülebilir ürünler için maksimum %10 oranında daha fazla ödeyeceklerini belirtmişler. Özel sektördeki yöneticilerin bu konuya birazcık dikkat etmesi lazım. Esas bir sonraki slaytta çok daha çarpıcı bir şeyle karşılaşacağız. Bence bugünkü sohbetin esas ana şeyi o zaten. Bu araştırmaya göre sürdürülebilirlik genel olarak tüketicinin algısında saygılı, hassas, dürüst, sorumlu gibi sosyal kabullere uygun, ancak sıkıcı olarak algılanıyor. Yani sürdürülebilirlik iletişiminde veya sürdürülebilirlik pazarlamasında en çok belki de özen göstermemiz gereken şey bunu sıkıcı bir dille anlatmamak. Özellikle gençlere sıkıcı bir dille anlatmamak. Çünkü o aktivitede, yani o aksiyonların artmasında, hareket etmemizde, toplum olarak hareket etmemizde gençlerin rolünü hepimiz biliyoruz. Kurumsal İletişimciler Derneği'nin geçtiğimiz sene bu zamanlarda yaptığı bir araştırma vardı. Bu araştırmayı yayınlamışlardı. İşte dijital dönüşmüş gibi yapmak, ondan sonra inovasyon yapmış gibi yapmak gibi, mış gibi yapmakların böyle pek çok bulunduğu, başlık olarak bulunduğu bir rapor vardı. O raporda sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili çok can alıcı bir saptamaları vardı. Sadece son cümlesi aslında bizim için yeterli. Diyor ki Kurumsal İletişimciler Derneği, sürdürülebilirliğin asıl olarak ne ifade ettiğini anlamış, içselleştirmiş ve bu amaçla aksiyon almış şirket sayısı bir elin parmaklarıyla gösterilebilecek kadar az. Türkiye'de yüz binlerce şirketin olduğunu hatırlayarak bunu okuyalım. Yani ne olduğunu anlamış sürdürülebilirliğin, bu konuda gerekenleri yapmış, bunu hazmetmiş ve bunu anlatmayı becerebilmiş şirketin yani bir elin parmakları kadar olduğunu söylüyor Kurumsal İletişimciler Derneği. Hepimizin aslında bu konuda yapacak şeyleri var. Yani birey olarak ne yapabiliriz diyoruz ya bazen. Bütün yükü kurumların üzerine atmamak lazım. Mesela Amerika'da sadece yılbaşı döneminde, o bir haftalık dönemde 3.4 milyar e-ticaret ürünü farklı farklı yerlere kargolanmış. Şimdi bunda herhangi bir sorun yok. Fakat bu ürünlerin yaklaşık 1 milyar tanesi iade edilmiş. Ben biliyorum ki özellikle gençler arasında şöyle bir akım var. Bir ayakkabının farklı farklı numaralarını sipariş ediyorlar. Ondan sonra evde deniyorlar. Uygun olanı kendilerine alıyorlar. Geri kalan 2 tanesini, 3 tanesini iade ediyorlar. Şimdi o iade sırasında yaratılan karbon emisyonunu bir düşünün, bir hayal edin. Hani bir kişi olduğunda belki sorun değil, 5 kişi olduğunda bir sorun değil ama Amerika'da sadece bir haftalık dönemde, yılbaşı döneminde 1 milyar tane ürünün geri gönderildiğini düşünün. Türkiye'de de bunun artık ne kadar olduğunu yaklaşık olarak tahmin edebilirsiniz. O yüzden sadece bizim o e-ticaretten yani internet sitelerinden aldığımız ürünleri iade etmememiz bile aslında dünyaya çok ciddi bir katkı getiriyor. İklim krizi açısından, karbon emisyonu açısından çok ciddi bir katkı getiriyor, pozitif bir katkı getiriyor. Sürdürülebilirlik konusunun kurumlar açısından neden bu kadar kritik olduğuna dair çok güzel bir rapor var. Korn Ferry'nin. Korn Ferry bir global danışmanlık firması, insan kaynakları danışmanlık firması. Onların işin geleceğiyle ilgili hazırlamış oldukları raporda bir sayfa sadece bu konuya ayrılmış. Bakın raporu bu arada şu QR kodu okutarak telefonunuza indirebilirsiniz. Yani PDF dosyasını görebilirsiniz. Farklı farklı kaynaklardan aldıkları birer cümleyi şöyle çok güzel bir şekilde özetlemişler. Demişler ki birincisi fonları güvence altına almak. Yani küresel sürdürülebilir yatırım miktarı 30 trilyon doları aştı. Çok çok ciddi bir şey. İş hep ekonomiye ve finansa dayanıyor, fark edeceksiniz ki. Yetenekleri çekmek ve elde tutmak bizim en önemli kaygılarımızdan biri. En azından Türkiye'deki farklı farklı şirketlerle çalıştığım için biliyorum. Kaliteli iş gücünü kendi şirketimize çekmek ve o insanları şirketimizde çalışmaya devam etmek. Onları o konuda motive etmek. Orada da sürdürülebilirlik işin içine giriyor. İngiltere ve Amerika'da yapılmış bir araştırmanın sonucuna göre o profesyonellerin %70'ten fazlası eğer şirket kendi değerleriyle uyumluysa, sürdürülebilirlik bağlamında söylüyorum size bunu. Yani bir amacı varsa şirketin daha az para almayı, daha az maaş almayı kabul ettiklerini ifade etmişler. Türkiye'de belki bu birazcık ütopik olabilir şu anda. Yani genç işsizlik oranının %20'lerde, %25'lerde olduğunu biliyoruz ondan dolayı. Ama yavaş yavaş Türkiye'deki gençlerin de buraya doğru geldiğini en azından ben görebiliyorum. Güvenilirlik oluşturmak bunların önemli olanlarından bir tanesi. Tüketiciler güvendikleri bir markadan satın alma olasılıklarının %7 daha fazla olduğunu söylemişler. Yani özel kurumların dikkat etmesi gereken konulardan bir tanesi de bu. En önemlisini en alta koydum. Onu da umarım okuyabiliyorsunuzdur ekrandan. Bir amaç tarafından, sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili bir amaç tarafından yönlendirilen şirketlerin bileşik yıllık büyüme oranları yaklaşık %10 bulunmuş Amerika'da. S&P 500'deki geri kalan şirketlerin büyüme oranı %2,5 civarında. Yani siz bugün kaliteli iş gücünü şirketinize çekmek istiyorsanız, şirketinizi büyütmek istiyorsanız, ne bileyim işte globalleşmek istiyorsanız, daha fazla kar etmek istiyorsanız aslında bunun yolu da sürdürülebilirlikten geçiyor. Genelde sürdürülebilirlik konusu bir maliyet kalemi olarak görülüyor. Genelde demeyeyim ama pek çok kurumda bunu duyuyorum. Yani biz bu işe yatırım yaptığımız zaman para harcayacağız, bir kaynak ayıracağız. Evet, doğrudur, olabilir. Bazı şeyleri düzeltmek için bir kaynak ayırmak gerekebilir. Ama iş sonunda yine kâra dönüşüyor. Her anlamda kâra dönüşüyor. Hem kaliteli insanlarla şirketinizde çalışma şansı bulabiliyorsunuz, hem şirketinizin daha fazla maddi anlamda kâr yapmasını sağlayabiliyorsunuz. Tabii çok fazla detaya girmiyorum ama raporun o sayfasında o cümleye aldıkları kaynağı bir okumanızı size öneririm. Farklı farklı şirketlerin ne yaptıklarını konuşuyoruz ama bir de çok büyük kurumların, çok büyük kuruluşların, çok büyük organizasyonların sürdürülebilirlik konusunda ne yaptığı ile ilgili size birkaç bilgi paylaşmak istedim. Bunlardan bir tanesi Formula 1. 2025 yılına kadar net zero yani net sıfır olma hedefleri var ve bununla ilgili de çok ciddi bir geliştirme planları var. Yeni bir motor geliştirme, karbon emisyonunun sıfır olduğu bir motor geliştirme konusunda hem motor üreticileriyle hem de yakıt üreticileriyle beraber çalışıyorlar. Futbol onlardan bir tanesi. Mesela Euro 2024'ün net zero'ya yakın, net zero bir Euro Avrupa Şampiyonası olmasıyla ilgili bir hedefi açıklandı. Hem UEFA Başkanı hem de Alman milli takımının eski kaptanı dedi ki bu yeşil bir Euro olacak. Çok daha sürdürülebilir bir Euro olacak. Yani şeyin nereye gittiğini, o zaten benim konuşma konum da o ya, sürdürülebilirlik trendlerinin nereye doğru gittiğini görmek için aslında bunlara bakmak çok anlamlı oluyor. Geçen sene 2021 senesinde Nobel ödülleri de, Nobel Fizik ödülleri de sürdürülebilirlik konusuna verildi. O konuda çalışan, iklim konusunda çalışan 3 değerli bilim insanına verildi. Şimdi size dünyanın en büyük danışmanlık firmalarının sürdürülebilirlik konusunda ne yaptığını göstereceğim. Şimdi bu danışmanlık firmaları, Big Four deniyor onlara ya, hani büyük dörtlü deniyor. Dünyanın en büyük 4 danışmanlık firması. Arada başkalarına da yer vereceğim. Aslında onların kendi çalışanları için ne yaptığını görmek, dünyanın nereye doğru gittiğini bize çok güzel gösteriyor. Yani hangi danışmanlık şirketi, 400 bin kişilik, 450 bin kişilik danışmanlık şirketi kendi çalışanlarını herhangi bir konuda tesadüfen eğitiyor olabilir? Böyle bir şey mümkün olabilir mi? Bakın ayırdıkları kaynakları sizinle paylaşayım. KPMG onlardan bir tanesi. 1,5 milyar dolarlık bir bütçe ayırıyorlar çalışanlarını sürdürülebilirlik konusunda eğitmek için. KPMG bunu neden yapıyor olabilir? Yani durup dururken kendi çalışanlarını bir konuda eğitmeye başlamış olabilir mi? Bunun hizmetini vereceklerini biliyorlar çünkü. Oradaki potansiyeli biliyorlar. Ama sadece KPMG değil. Deloitte'a baktığınız zaman Deloitte de 1 milyar dolarlık bir bütçeyle 415 bin çalışanının tamamını sürdürülebilirlik konusunda eğitmeye başlayacağını açıkladı. Bundan yaklaşık bir ay önce. Onunla da kalmıyor. Bence en önemli inisiyatiflerden bir tanesi bu. Ernst Young, EY. 312 bin tane çalışanının tamamına Halt College'la beraber, bir üniversiteyle, akademik kurumla beraber sürdürülebilirlik konusunda yüksek lisans diploması alma fırsatı veriyor. Yani bütün çalışanları, EY'da çalışan bütün çalışanlar sürdürülebilirlik konusunda bir yüksek lisans diplomasına sahip olabilecekler. Şirket bunu destekliyor. Çalışanlar için bunun maliyeti sıfır. Ceplerinden hiçbir para ödemeyecekler. Öyle düşünün. Yine Boston Consulting Group ve SAP'nin beraber ortaya koydukları bir inisiyatif var. Şirketlerin karbon emisyonlarını %40 düşürmelerine dair. Yani farklı danışmanlık kurumları, farklı teknolojik kurumlar işin içine beraber dahil oluyorlar. Ve Yeni Zelanda geçtiğimiz sene bu zamanlarda çok önemli bir kararını açıkladı. Artık Yeni Zelanda'daki bir banka hükümete düzenli olarak iklim konusunda yaptığını, sürdürülebilirlik konusunda yaptığını raporlamak zorunda, açıklamak zorunda. Ve en can alıcı olanlarından bir tanesini sizinle paylaşayım istedim. Geçtiğimiz günlerde gördüm bu raporu. Dünyanın en büyük işverenleri, yani en fazla kişi çalışan barındıran kurumları, şirketleri dememek lazım. Çünkü ilk üçte savunma bakanlıkları var. Yani silahlı kuvvetler var. İşte en tepede Hindistan, hemen onun ardında Amerika, onun ardından da Çin geliyor. Ama onların hemen ardından da Walmart geliyor. Walmart dünyanın en büyük perakendecisi. İşte kaç milyon insan çalışıyormuş bakalım. 2,3 milyon insan çalışıyor. Türkiye'de özel sektörde çalışan kişi sayısı 12 milyon. Yani oranı siz düşünün. Siz bugün Walmart'a, dünyanın en büyük perakendecisine, varsayalım ki Türkiye'den Çanakkale domates satacaksınız. Yani aklıma ilk gelen o olduğu için söylüyorum. Çok sevdiğim de bir şey. Siz bugün Walmart'a Çanakkale domatesi satmak için onların size gönderdiği şöyle bir formu, yaklaşık 30 sayfalık bir formu doldurmak zorundasınız ve onları ikna etmek zorundasınız. Bu form neyle ilgili biliyor musunuz? Tamamı sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili. Yani sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçlarıyla ilgili, öyle söyleyeyim. İşte şirketinizde kaç tane kadın çalışıyor, çocuk çalışanınız var mı, hangi şartlarda onları çalıştırıyorsunuz, karbon emisyonunuzu ölçüyor musunuz, böyle bir raporunuz var mı, böyle bir raporu hazırlamakla ilgili bir niyetiniz var mı, size bunları soruyor. Eğer siz Walmart'ı bu raporu, daha doğrusu bu formla, doldurduklarınızla ikna edebilirseniz onlara domates satabiliyorsunuz. İşin ucu eninde sonunda paraya dayanıyor. Yani sizin para kazanabilmeniz için bu formda yazanları uygulamanız gerekiyor. Öyle söyleyeyim. Ve son olarak da son iki slaytımda da sürdürülebilirlik konusundaki trendleri takip edebilmeniz için 2 tane kaynak önereceğim size. Bunlardan bir tanesi benim geçen sene bu zamanlar kurduğum bir LinkedIn sayfası. Sürdürülebilir bir dünya LinkedIn sayfası. Her gün yaklaşık 25-30 tane haber paylaşıyoruz bu LinkedIn sayfasında. QR kodu okutarak LinkedIn sayfasını inceleyebilirsiniz, takip edebilirsiniz. Ama derseniz ki ben LinkedIn'i çok fazla kullanmıyorum. Eğer WhatsApp'tan üye olmak isterseniz WhatsApp'ta her akşam hem yabancı haberlerden hem de Türkçe haberlerden derlediğimiz, ekip arkadaşlarımla beraber derlediğimiz bir bülteni, sürdürülebilirlikle ilgili bir bülteni paylaşıyorum. Bu gruplarda yaklaşık 6.000 kişi var. Arzu ederseniz oradaki QR kodu okutarak da bu WhatsApp grubuna dahil olabilirsiniz. Benim için burada olmak, COP27'de Türkiye pavilyonunda bu konuşmayı yapmak gerçekten çok heyecan verici bir şeydi. Çok mutluyum. Bu şansı bulabildiğim için de beni buraya davet eden yetkililere, Türk yetkililerine çok çok teşekkür ederim. Tekrar görüşmek dileğiyle. Hoşçakalın. Kayıtları daha sonra mı?
Göğsüne çıkarayım ben. Bir de şöyle durayım. Teşekkürler. Dear distinguished guests, welcome. Before beginning, I would like to thank to our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for this very important event, and I respectfully greet those who attended the meeting. Let me start with the transformation of our bank. I would like to tell briefly about our bank actually. As you may know, our bank has a history of approximately 50 years. We are the Development Bank of Turkey, Development Finance Institution of Turkey. We have been established in 1975, and after then, we have played a key role in the realization of investments by numerous companies in different sectors. In 2018, our bank was restructured as the Development and Investment Bank of Turkey with the amendment of our law. And after then, we renewed our organizational structure and attained a stronger structure with different staff who has experience in many other companies. Our bank actually operates in three main areas. One of them is development banking. The other is investment banking, and the last one is Turkey Development Fund. Actually, when we are reorganizing our bank, we aim to give to our clients all kind of services a client can need. I mean, it's like just one-stop shop concept, as the foreigners said. Let me briefly also summarize our financial resources. As the Development Finance Institution of Turkey, we actually brought approximately 5.2 billion US dollars to Turkey in the last 17 years. And like approximately 45% of the funding actually came within the last 3 years after our amendment of law and after our restructuring process. Among these funds, as you may see, World Bank Group, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, and Chinese Development Bank are some of the lenders. Our loan portfolio mainly consists of renewable energy. Approximately 53% of the loan portfolio actually grows out of the renewable energy projects. I can proudly say here that there is no coal-fired power plant in our portfolio, and all of the portfolio structure is climate friendly. I would like to also mention our ESG risk rating, which is very important for us and which we are proud of. As you know, the independent Sustainalytics ESG rating company rated us first in Turkey, Middle East, and Africa for our ESG risk assessment, and we are number 4 in Europe, following KfW, EIB, and EBRD. I also would like to mention about our impact principle signatory. Development and Investment Bank of Turkey is the first and the only institution in Turkey which signed the operating principles for impact management. And accordingly, we issued our first impact report, which is in line with the impact principles. Actually, following this impact report and following the signature of the impact principles, I can say that we are analyzing, assessing all of our activities with the impact lens. What we are doing in this context, we are not just negatively screening our activities. We also try to make positive impact on the environment and society through our activities. Here, I would like to tell how we achieved this ESG rating through our ESG risk assessment. Actually, we have a very crowded environmental and social risk evaluation team, and they are very experienced in this area. We evaluate all credit requests, all credit projects according to exclusion list within the framework of our environmental and social policy, which we issued in 2019, by the way. Actually, we were analyzing all the activities, all the loan portfolio according to ESG policy, but the main ESG policy was issued in 2019, and after that, we embedded all environmental and social risk evaluation procedures into our governance policy. And we also improved our reporting context as well. Actually, we don't let the projects included our exclusion list as a development bank, of course. When we are analyzing a loan request, we obtain some documents and data via our question list from our clients, and then we determine risk categorization using the environmental and social risk assessment model. This model actually categorizes projects and clients into 4 categories, like high risk, it's category A, medium high risk, category B+, medium risk, category B-, and low risk, category C. We actually carry out environmental and social risk assessments and monitoring processes of the projects in accordance with national and international legislations and global standards, such as World Bank Environmental and Social Standards or IFC Performance Standards. Our bank actually fulfilled the financing of sustainable development for the last 47 years, but always considered the most efficient use of our country's resources as its top priority as the development finance institution. Through our loan portfolio, we currently tackle 15 out of the 17 sustainable development goals, but we soon try to aim to tackle 17 targets of sustainable development by, of course, reanalyzing the necessities and needs of the country. We also try to create new teams. We are in touch with development finance institutions on a daily basis, and I can proudly say that through these efforts, 81% of our total loan portfolio consists of sustainability-themed loans. Our sustainable finance framework, prepared with the support of AFD's technical assistance prior to the issuance, is aligned with ICMA and LMA principles, and we obtained second-party opinion from Sustainalytics. Our bank aims to be a climate bank in its development banking mission. Rather than producing a direct impact on combating climate change, transition to a net zero economy, our bank aims to produce an indirect impact by playing a supportive and transformative role. In light of this target, we have identified increasing Turkey's clean energy potential and funding renewable energy projects as strategic priority areas. We also support investments aimed at expanding access to health and education services and reflecting the physical and technological developments on service branches. Here, I would like to mention our first sustainable bond issuance. Actually, we issued it very recently under these macroeconomic conditions. With Agence Française de Développement, our first sustainable Eurobond with a maturity of 11 years amounting to 100 million euros was issued. The bond is structured in alignment with our sustainable finance framework, which demonstrates our bank's continued strong commitment to SDGs. The proceeds will be used to finance at least 75% green projects that contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation, and the remaining part will be used for social issues. The project implementation will be also associated with the technical assistance program dedicated to the elaboration of a gender equality strategy within our bank. As I mentioned, we provide three services to our clients. One of them is development banking and includes the loan we provide to our clients. And the second one is actually investment banking activities, which we provide consulting to our clients. In this context, actually, we provide capital markets advisory services to the clients as well. And under capital markets advisory, we acted as the advisor of a company, of a Turkish company, who issued the first transition bond in Turkey. This is the actually first of its kind, and the proceeds will be used for the infrastructure project to decrease the carbon emission of the company. And with that investment, actually, the project will facilitate reduction of 63% carbon emissions, equal to like 1.9 million tons of CO2 for the 2 years of project time. As a bank that has realized many firsts in sustainable finance, we took part in Turkey's first low-carbon economy transition bond issues, I can also proudly say. Here I would like to mention the reports which we issued in the last 3 years as well. We issued our integrated report in 2021, and this report is based on the Global Reporting Initiative standards as well as the International Integrated Reporting Framework. During the preparation phase of our integrated report, we received the opinions of various stakeholders groups on materiality issues on ESG areas. According to the results of our materiality analysis, our employees have also adopted ESG issues and become the sustainability issues become at the top of their agenda. The importance of our employees attached to sustainability has also been confirmed through this survey as well. I also would like to mention that we became the first and only signatory from Turkey to the operating principles of impact management, which I mentioned earlier. We have received this score in the Carbon Disclosure Project Climate Change Program, and this is same as the Europe regional average and financial services sector average. In this report, we assessed our risks and opportunities related to climate change and voluntarily responded to the questions on strategy, governance, emission metrics, targets, performance, and value chain interaction. With the projects we finance, we prevent 5 million tons of CO2 per annum. We have zeroed Scope 2 emissions by obtaining IREC Clean Energy Certificate. We also calculate Scope 1 and Scope 3 emissions by obtaining Gold Standard Certificate. By this way, we will continue also to be as a carbon neutral bank. Here you can see our national and international memberships. With our strategic collaborations, we develop our sustainability, integrated thinking, and impact investing mission with an international perspective. All of our global and local collaborations also motivate us in our sustainability journey. Here, as a last word, I would like to say that the results of this conference will be very much important and will make valuable contribution to all of us in terms of climate finance issues. And once again, I thank you all for joining us in this event and hope the event will be enjoyable for all of us. Thank you very much, by the way. Thanks a lot. I think we have time for questions. And in case you have any questions, we would like to.
Varsa soracağım. Thank you very much. It's a brilliant, brilliant presentation. My name is Mihal Dimovski. I'm a team leader of the Circular Economy project in Turkey. I wanted to know more about the green bond issued. To my understanding, in Turkey currently the green bonds are issued only between interbanking, right? Can you please a little bit elaborate more on this, and what are the plans forward, and when green bonds will be available on the general market, not just interbanking?
Yeah, actually, I mean, let me first of all answer your question with regard to our bond, which we issued, our first sustainable Euro bond. We issued very recently, and Agence France Development was the sole investor at that bond. It was an eligible investor, and that was issued for that purpose. And the proceeds will be used for climate finance and for gender equality. Of course, on the corporate side, there are many Euro bonds as well, and there will be a panel today, tomorrow, which will elaborate more on the corporate bonds, corporate Euro bonds. You know, on the sustainable Euro bond side, actually, in all of the globe, there is huge demand, but the supply is limited. So I believe it will be much more in the next couple of years. Of course, it very much depends on the macroeconomic conditions, but I'm sure there will be many more companies to come in the near future. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luandli. I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation in South Africa. We're DFI operating across the African continent. First of all, congratulations on all the work that you've been able to do.
Thank you.
I wanted to find out about the tools that you've had to put internally to align the investments or the deals that you are bringing into your bank, so to be able to report to all these partnerships and all these principles that you've signed up to. So I'm interested in your internal tools and systems that you've had to put within the finance, your institution first, and also if you can talk a little bit about the change management programs that you've had to put in place so that your bankers understand exactly what you're trying to achieve.
Actually, let me clarify one thing. We are development finance institution for the last approximately 50 years. But we had a transformation process in the last 3 years. What we did in the last 3 years, before then, we were only providing development banking services like loan to our clients. And after the transformation in 2019, we started providing investment banking services, advisory services, and also Turkey Development Fund, which we provide equity to the investments. So during this transformation process, we restructured the entire bank. Change management was not that easy, but we achieved it actually. And regarding ESGs, actually ESGs are in the DNA of our bank, are in our step. So it was not that difficult for us. But for the corporations, there are many stakeholders, of course. There were many stakeholders in the past, but we have a very good, let's say, team, ESG team. We restructured the team. The manager is here, the leader, sustainability leader. And we have like environmental engineers and social associates as well. And we are providing all kinds of, let's say, ESG assessment to our clients, and we are supporting our clients during their green transition processes. And we also issued our ESG policy in 2019. And our ESG policy was sponsored and owned by the entire management, as well as the bank. So all employees just owned the ESG, the ethical issues, I can say. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question about the use of proceeds sites in climate adaptation. What type of KPIs do you use to track climate adaptation projects?
Mm-hmm. Actually, you know, as I mentioned, for the time being, 53% of our portfolio consists of renewable energy and energy efficiency, which tackles SDG 13. And most of the funds the lenders, the DFIs are providing to us are actually the main team there is renewable energy and energy efficiency. For climate adaptation, we will again continue to bring this kind of funds from DFIs, but we will also focus on the social issues as well, like gender equality, like, job creation, those kind of stuff, because, you know, all ESG are all together are meaningful. So I can say that renewable energy and energy efficiency will dominate going forward as well. Thank you. Sorry?
The lending portfolio, how big is in total the lending portfolio?
The lending portfolio, 53% is, as I mentioned, renewable energy and energy efficiency. 81% tackles the SDGs, and the remaining part are working capital requirement loans. There is no coal-fired power plant, for example. All renewable and all clean portfolio. Please.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for the nice presentation. My name is Mustafa Sherman. I'm from Liberia, Africa. Joshua is our president, if you know. Now, how can country like Liberia, as a nation, all of the argument that you put forward in terms of benefiting our country, in terms of investment plan, the gender issues, power plant issue, how can country like Liberia can benefit in this kind of idea that you put forward?
If I understood you correctly, you are asking how can a benefactor comes us and gets the loans for these purposes?
Yes.
Actually, you know, our all loan portfolio are thematic loans, so they should touch to sustainable development goals in any respect. Okay. So, in case a company in Turkey has an investment for green transition or for this kind of transformation, or in case they have an SDG purpose, they come to us and we analyze them. We analyze the entire loan procedure, and when we are doing this, actually we are preparing a roadmap for our clients, an ESG roadmap, and during the time of the loan, we are together with our clients and we are trying to support them during their transition.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sure, please.
The project implementation after the lending is provided goes through PAUs, project implementation units, or through the commercial banks, or the Bank of Turkey have unit dealing with the project.
Thank you very much for the questions. It's a very important question, actually. No, we provide the loans directly to our clients. We bring the funds from abroad, from development finance institutions on thematic basis, on SDG teams, and we provide them to the clients directly, not through a commercial bank or any other tool. We provide them directly, and we have a project assessment unit, actually, which analyzes the project in terms of ESG, and which provides ESG roadmap for the client, and then we provide the loan, and we assess, and we analyze during the loan time.
Thank you very much. So you're happy with this system, because this PAU system sometimes produces low performance loans. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. you very much for listening to me. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everybody. Merhaba. It's a pleasure to be here in this gorgeous pavilion. I must say, the Turkey Pavilion is I think, the most beautiful in the space. The artwork is simply stunning. So thank you very much for being here at this panel today. I'm Sonia Gibbs. I'm Managing Director and Head of Sustainable Finance at the Institute of International Finance. That's the IIF in Washington, D.C. We are a trade association and think tank, and we're very proud to have, gosh, must be 25, 30 Turkish members. We have many, many Turkish members. And in fact, my colleague Emre Tiftik and I just came from Istanbul, where we held a really wonderful transition finance workshop. And there has always been, I must say, every time we've visited Turkey, so much enthusiasm, so much interest, and so much knowledge and expertise in sustainability and climate-related issues. So you guys are really pioneers. So it's great to be here today and to have this conversation with Ushil Evioglu, if I have got that right. It's always difficult for us, and we're so sorry with these wonderful Turkish names. So look, I think one of the things I would just share is a few takeaways from the experience that we've had at COP here to date. I mean, we're on day 4 here of week 1, and there's been a lot going on. A couple of the key themes that I would say are, number 1, that we need to have finance for the net zero transition. So banks, investors, pension funds, all the financial firms are so important, not just to put money into green projects like wind and solar and energy efficiency. That's really important. But green stuff that's already green is only a small part of what needs to change for us to get to transition. You also have to take all the brown sectors, fossil fuels, heavy industry, manufacturing, aviation, shipping, and turn them green as well. And that needs finance. That needs transition finance. So that's an important theme that we're hearing here at COP. And another one, I think I would say, is the importance of working collaboratively, working together. And by that I mean the policymakers from the governments, I mean the central banks, the regulators, the supervisors, I mean the private sector, the non-governmental organizations, the NGOs, civil society, and the whole spectrum of actors to channel and improve and scale sustainable finance. There's no other way to do it. We have to work on this together, which is why COP is such a wonderful place to be. So it's great to see all of you. And because we're here at COP, I wanted to start with just a few remarks before we start our conversation on the importance of climate and sustainable development goal finance for emerging markets in particular, because this is COP and that's the big topic this year, climate finance for emerging markets. It's a tough time, right? I mean, you've got rising interest rates, you have a strong US dollar, you have high inflation, you have capital flows to emerging markets that are as bad now. They're the worst now that they've been since 2013, since the taper tantrum. So this is not a good time for any kind of finance for emerging markets, let alone climate finance. So the important thing is to look past this current market turbulence, because it will end, it always ends, right? And get to how do we make sure that we have sustained inflows of private capital to where it's needed, to emerging and developing economies. Current spending levels have to double. And a lot of this will still come from the public sector, but we need to have the right environment for private capital. And ESG and green investment has a huge amount of potential to scale up this capital. So we need things like good data. We need to be able to understand the impact of what's happening with our money, have good taxonomy. We speak a common language, good disclosure. And there's progress on all these fronts, but there's a lot more to do. So it's a great time to have this conversation with Ushil and get your views and see how you think about all these perspectives. And very happy, I think, to have questions from you as well, if you'd like to be part of the conversation, because this is a great space, by the way. The acoustics are good. Do you hear us okay? and it's conducive to conversation. So you should feel free to join in. But I want to start with just a kind of a general question, scene-setting question for you. So today, here at COP27, we are really working hard to kind of reimagine our futures together. Participants are here from really, literally every country in the world. And, you know, when you think about all the chief sustainability officers, global head of sustainability, they didn't come from the same place. There's no cookie cutter that makes them all. Each has a different background. So tell us about yours. How did you come to your position?
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's great to be here. And maybe I start with my current role, and then I will reflect on how I am also in charge of sustainability. In Garanti BBVA, I'm in charge of customer solutions and digital banking. And when we talk about this area in banking, it's all about transformation. And what I believe, sustainability, everything we discuss around sustainability is also a lot about transformation. Transformation of how we do business, how we invest, and everything. And what is critical in that journey is you need to have a long-term strategic plan. And we are always talking about very long-term ambitions, targets, and so on. But you should also start delivering. So you also need to deliver. So you just cannot wait for that deadline, right? This is what we had been doing, for instance, in digitalization of banking sector, which is one of the, I think, most advanced ones in the global banking financial institutions area. Turkey is unique with its digitalization and customer profile and everything. And I think that comes from that transformation mindset of the sector, not only for the bank, for our bank, Garanti BBVA, but across the market, we had this notion. And the critical assets, as you said, people are coming from various backgrounds. That's what we see in the market as well. But I think the critical thing is you need to have the strategic mindset, but also the day-to-day execution, the day-to-day KPIs, and all everything around it. Maybe I reflect a little bit about what we did in digitalization and its reflection on sustainability, because I personally believe there's a very good linkage that would help sustainability by leveraging our digitalization efforts. And I again believe that we can use our digital banking expertise in the area of sustainability as well, because most of us are Turkish here, and as you know, like 25 years ago, when the digital structure of the bank started, it was like an alternative delivery channel. So it was just a new channel, so let's try and learn. We don't know where it will go, But then today, it is the core of our banking relationship. I don't even call it as a channel, but it's the core of our banking relationship. So sustainability is something like that, right? It started with some kind of, goodwill investments, but it wasn't part of the daily business itself. But it needs to be part of the daily business by growing and transforming it. So that's why I believe there are a lot of synergies that we learned in the digitalization process of banking due to its transformation effect, which we could also leverage on the sustainability area. And digitalization will help because we are always talking, and today here in COP as well, it's a lot about corporates and big investments, but we are also focusing a lot on the retail segment. And digitalization is our key lever to access more and more people. It's the easiest way to access more and more people for the awareness and also taking action on the sustainability area.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And you make a really good point about the linkages between digital and sustainable finance. And I think those are becoming clearer now. You mentioned financial inclusion, and that's clearly a big one. But a few years ago, there was a United Nations task force for digital finance of the Sustainable Development Goals. And nobody knew what it meant. Like, what are you talking about? Other than financial inclusion, which is important, of course. But it's also really interesting new areas. Now, I'm not a technology person. I'm very old-fashioned in that sense. But if you look at things like how you get your data, these things like artificial intelligence, you're going to know a lot more about this than I am. Big data can help with the data you need to make your investments, and can also help with the investment process. So there's all kinds of interesting overlaps there, and maybe that's something you'll bring to your work at Guarantee. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that. How are you kind of thinking about sustainability across the whole of BBVA Guarantee? It's a big job.
It is a wide coverage, so it's not we are trying to cover all aspects of sustainability in the bank. So it started more with social investment programs in the past many years ago, but then we extended it into entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship especially, which is more about social inclusion. And now it's a lot more about climate risks. And all the initiatives we are taking in our decisions, in our day-to-day businesses, in all segments, there's a lot related to climate-related risks that we have promised in multiple platforms across the world, I would say.
Well, you mentioned climate risk, and you can't say climate risk without thinking regulation, and that's a big thing. And you'd have to argue, in all fairness, that part of the reason that financial firms are so interested now in ESG and sustainability is because our regulators are telling us that that's what we need to do. But at the same time, it's really important that the regulatory environment develop in the right way. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about, in Turkey, how you see the picture. But before that, maybe I thought I would share just a few thoughts on what's happening internationally, globally, in the regulatory space, because it is important. And so I'd highlight probably three things. One is around, of course, climate risk itself. And if you're a bank, nothing is more important to you than your capital ratio. How much capital do you have to hold against what kind of asset? So this whole discussion of, should there be a penalty for brown assets? Should there be an incentive for green assets? That's a big and important debate. So the first thing we're hearing from our members around the world is, don't use capital to incentivize green finance or penalize brown finance, because if you do that, you can have some very bad unintended consequences. You can drive finance away from where it's needed. We talked about transition finance for the oil and gas sectors, or for heavy industry. That's needed. If you penalize that in the capital framework, that's a bad thing. So that's number one. Number two is disclosure, and you've seen a lot of movement on disclosure. The International Sustainability Standards Board, we still don't have clear single global standards for ESG disclosure. We're still pretty far from that. The ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, that's great, and they're making progress, but the EU still has a different approach, a more stricter approach, this whole double materiality business, and the US is still kind of, no, not quite yet. The SEC is having the US Securities and Exchange Commission having some really serious problems getting the disclosure rules finalized. So that's point two. The third point I'd mention on the regulatory front is this whole concept of transition planning, right? So when you talk to our members, when the UK announced yesterday from the Transition Plan Task Force in the UK, this is on the government policy side, they're basically saying that next year, everybody has to disclose their transition plan in their TCFD reporting. That's a big deal. Mandatory disclosure of transition plans. And then there's mandatory, they're going to be watching how those transition plans are implemented, watching the targets. I mean, that's serious business. And the Europe is headed in exactly the same direction. And again, the U.S. this is just not a place where the U.S. is going to go. It's just not the way the financial regulator. So what you're ending up with is fragmentation. And that's the last thing I'll say about the global environment, is that different places are doing it differently. And that's really bad if you're trying to do business across borders, because you have different sets of rules to follow and the rules aren't consistent with each other. So that's kind of there's progress, but there's still a lot of problems in the global regulatory framework around sustainable finance. But how do you see the situation in Turkey?
In Turkey, what I would say is, especially with the recent developments, I see the situation very encouraging for the future. Maybe I quickly summarize what has changed in the last couple of years from a regulatory perspective, which would help for further acceleration in the future. I think our momentum we gained momentum with the release of our landmark Green Deal Action Plan in July 2021, and by ratifying, obviously, the Paris Agreement last year. And together with the ratification of the agreement, we also set a goal to reach net zero emissions by 2053. So as part of these changes, the Environment Ministry was renamed, as you might know, the Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change Ministry on October 21, and established the Climate Change Department, including a Sustainable Finance Unit. So all these things happened very, very recently, so we would see most probably the impact going forward even more. And also we had the Turkey's first climate council with stakeholders joining from multiple parties, and the main aim was to create a roadmap for the Paris Agreement and, as I said, the 2053 net zero agreement. With more than, as far as I remember, 1,000 representatives across the sectors, across public institutions, farmers, universities, and so on. That was kind of the initial steps to prepare the climate law for Turkey. And at the end of the day, as Garanti BBVA, we have also actively participated in the Green Finance and Carbon Pricing Committee of this structure. And the progress is going over there. So, as I said, there are a lot of things happening which are critical for our future targets and for our future plans. When we come to our area of sustainable finance, I believe Turkey is a very active player of the emerging markets in all dimensions, and banking is very, very critical in that sense. And we have an adaptive and agile structure in Turkey, especially in banking. And especially in ESG integration, we had seen very good products and services so far. Given still we are at the initial phases of this transition, we have a lot of strengths in Turkey. We have a strong banking sector and pension fund industry, a very competitive product market, a young population, and finally, and I believe more importantly, very strong trading partnerships around the world. So, aligned with the growing belief worldwide, I think the world, as you said, the world needs to accelerate anyways in this road. The firms can and should, the companies should pursue strategies that address the economic, social, and environmental problems. And after that, the Turkish investment landscape, I think, will also be even more pro for this type of decisions and investments.
Well, you made a lot of really interesting points there, but there's two I wanted to come back to. One is the presence of Turkey in the international policy and regulatory community. I always think when I see discussions at IOSCO or the Financial Stability Board or within the G20, the Turkish representatives are always very vocal and proactive. So that's quite good, because amongst emerging markets, a lot of times the emerging market representatives are just too shy or too inexperienced to speak up. So there's real leadership there. And second, I thought your comments about the Climate Council were interesting, because I think about it from a U.S. perspective, where we have nothing but division in the U.S. politically over views on climate and what climate policy should be. So the fact that you're able to put something like that together, and you mentioned carbon pricing. That's another area where, in a U.S. context, we're just not going anywhere on that, because we have such divisions. So it's really interesting that you're able to do that. But maybe before we turn to our audience to get some questions, maybe we can think a little bit about the market side of things. This is my favorite part because, you know, it's all very well to have policies and, you know, the macroeconomic backdrop. That's all really important. But what I like is markets. I like to see markets develop and opportunities happening. And so maybe just before I ask you about markets in Turkey, I'll share a few thoughts on international developments in ESG markets. And here I would advise you all to go to our website and read Emrebe's research on global debt markets and sustainable debt markets, because it's really very useful. And we're very, very happy to have it. So just to say that the size, you know, because there have been so many, I mean, think about all the commitments to net zero. Companies are making these commitments all over the world. Banks, or, you know, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for net zero. If you look at a chart of these climate commitments, they're going through the ceiling. So how are you going to reach those commitments? Part of it is by delivering on climate and ESG finance. And you can only deliver on that if you have a market for it. So it's great to see these markets grow and develop. And I'll just share a couple of statistics on how quickly these markets are developing. So the overall size of the ESG debt universe, and you would call this like green bonds, green loans, sustainability-linked bonds, blue bonds, all the colors of the ESG universe. That is now around $4.5 trillion US. And that's not huge, right? It's still kind of niche because the size of the overall debt market, what, 120, 130 trillion, something like that? So $4.5 trillion is not very big, but it's triple the size it was in 2020. So that's really fast growth. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And, you know, even though these markets are tough, like we were saying, the appetite and the investor interest in ESG debt is quite strong. You know, there's going to be, and it's interesting because you can't say that ESG debt is like a better asset class than others. It doesn't always outperform. There's going to be times, for example, we've had very high oil prices. ESG debt is not going to outperform in a situation like that because it doesn't include oil and gas, right? You're going to buy oil and gas if you want to make a quick buck. It's going to underperform. But when times are bad and commodity prices are falling, or there's recession, or there's market turbulence of one kind or another, ESG debt can often outperform. So it balances out over time, and it's an important part of your portfolio and portfolio diversification. So lots of interesting developments in financial markets. But maybe can you tell us, Rujil, about how sustainable finance in financial institutions is seen in Turkey, and how ESG markets are developing? What kind of demand are you seeing for these products, and what are you doing about it?
Thank you. Based on World Bank's report, so what they estimated is to align with those commitments of our country means actually reaping around more than like $140 billion in savings in the lifetime of like 20 years. So this is a very critical impact that they're estimating. But obviously that is very much dependent on the transformation we need to do on decarbonization, energy resource changes, you know, everything around circular economy, everything that is around sustainability. And this requires a lot of investments on the other side. And when we look at the different product opportunities there, I personally believe one of the relatively easiest ones, and I think based on what the market is ready for, sustainability-linked loans are a very good area to support these type of investments. Because in sustainability-linked loans, as you know, you don't need a fully new structure. You can even do that with your existing portfolio as long as the maturity allows for it. And the most critical thing is to find the right KPI. And it is not to have multiple KPIs. What we see is in the world market, not only for Turkey, because the sample case is still low in Turkish market, but when you look at the international market, you shouldn't have multiple KPIs, but you should really have one KPI which is measurable and transparent. And once you do that, I think there are a lot of opportunities to accelerate the process on the sustainability-linked loan area. That's where we are putting as a strategic priority as well in Garanti BBVA. As I said, it doesn't require you to establish a completely new set of a product, but you can actually start delivering with your existing portfolio. So that's what we are having with discussions with our customers, and we have put some examples of it in the past, and we will keep focusing on. Obviously, green bonds, green loans, everything you were mentioning, they are on the portfolio and they need to be on the portfolio. But in terms of the ease of implementation, in terms of scaling it up, this is one of our critical priorities, and I believe the Turkish market is also moving in that dimension, in that direction.
So you're seeing good demand for these products, and maybe especially on the sustainability linked side?
The demand is coming. So it is like, this is, throwing the stone in the sea. So the circles around it is growing every day. So it is not like, yes, it is there now, but we see the acceleration. We see the awareness of the companies, and we see their demand for it. But the thing is, together with the companies, we need to work and design the best structure for them by not hurting their existing funding structures.
That makes perfect sense. But one of the things we've been seeing across our members across the world is how they're changing their business models. I mean, if you want to get to a net zero emissions, if you want to have a transition plan, if you want to integrate ESG across your organization, it can't just live in one department, the sustainability department. That's not how it works. It has to go at board level. Your board has to know its responsibilities for oversight of ESG within the organization. Your risk function, we already talked about and one thing we're seeing is a lot more communication between the risk and compliance function in our financial firms and the business side of things and the sustainability side of things in a way that they weren't before. And it's very interesting to see these people come into play, right? Because traditionally, the risk, these are always guys, right? So the risk guys are sitting in the risk function and they're looking at the risks. They don't know anything about ESG or sustainability. The sustainability people, who quite often are women, are sitting in a different place and they don't know anything about risk or compliance, But it's really interesting. We see this in our own organization at the IIF. We're working really closely with our regulatory team now in a way that we never did before. So it's very interesting, but it's changing the way our businesses work. We have to be more interconnected within our own organizations, less silos and so on. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about how at Garanti BBVA, both in Turkey and in connection with the parent company in BBVA, what's your approach to sustainable banking?
As you said, this needs to have a holistic perspective. So in our bank, we have two, I would say, maybe missions. One is about inclusive growth, and the other is around the climate risks. And whatever we do, we try to organize around improving those two areas. And we started this journey in Garanti BBVA first, like 16 years ago. And at that time, it wasn't because it was a hot topic, but we were, extremely aware that it is critical for the sustainability of our planet. So from many dimensions. Obviously, for the businesses, it has a lot of challenges because on one side, yes, you are putting the KPIs, but it is a lot of complexities it brings. So how do you really manage it in your day-to-day business life is one of the critical challenges that you need to address. But as a financial institution, we were aware of it. And as you said, from risk to compliance, from marketing team to business delivery teams, we are all working aligned with these objectives. And we started first, obviously, as a bank, converting all our products and services around this mission in terms of inclusive growth. And it's not only about our customers, it's all stakeholders, including our employees and our investors and everything. That has a corporate social responsibility perspective as well. And in our governance, we are also considering that we are working very closely with some NGOs and social investment programs. We are investing in cleaning our water in the Marmara Sea. We are investing for reducing the impacts of deforestation with WWF. So on the social responsibility side, we are also investing on climate risk, but also inclusive growth. We are investing in training the teachers for better education system in Turkey. So multiple dimensions, we are investing in that. Coming to how we literally manage it, obviously it's with KPIs as it is with banking in every dimension. And what is good is also our holding group BBVA is very, very ambitious on the sustainability side, and we are working as a one team. I wouldn't even say coordination, but we are working as one team to deliver that ambitious target. And that ambitious target is to reach a pledge of 300 billion euros by 2025. And that was the first pledge was set in 2018, and 124 billion euro of it across the world by BBVA is already realized. So it's going at a very accelerated pace. We are increasing the pledge every time we feel like we will be hitting it. So it is a moving target. The date is fixed, but the target is moving, which we are very happy about. So overall, this is how we put the governance structure in the bank. And maybe some of examples of what we had been or what we are doing. We are the first bank in Turkey that announced the coal phase out plan. So we have a coal phase out plan, and that is to get aligned with our UN Net Zero Banking Alliance targets. On top of that, I think we are innovative on the product side. I talked about the sustainability linked loans, but also we have developed a gender loan structure in 2019 that focuses on actually retaining women professionals in work life. And this has been a first in the world. So we put, as a team, under the UNDP gender equality seal, 36 questions for the product to ensure that we increase the woman professional ratio linked to that loan. So as long as the company could deliver on that KPI with those 36 dimensions, then that means that they could actually get a better rate on their loan.
And have they been successful?
Yes. So basically, the thing is, we are working on the product innovation with examples of like first green loan, first green project finance loan, first climate index, first green IPO in Turkey, and also first ESG linked syndication loan. It's not about being the first, but it is really about creating the market, because they are still niche areas. So you first need to give some examples to the market, create some case examples, and then we hope we will see more and more cases coming up in Turkish markets.
Well, as you say, it's not about being first, but being first is good. It's a good thing to have. And so many of the products and ideas that you mentioned reminds me of a really important lesson that I drew from a global banking conference that I was at in Madrid recently, in fact. And one of the ideas was we focus too much on all of the pessimism and risks around climate change. I mean, yes, it's true. We're in a terrible state. We're in a very difficult position. It's going to be super hard to get to climate targets. But we don't spend enough time thinking about the growth potential and the opportunities around climate change. And you mentioned, a lot of the areas where there's so much potential. And one thing that, the regulators are thinking about is what happens if we don't allow the banks and investors to finance all of these new opportunities, all of this green job growth, for example. new industries, new technologies, then you are dampening long-term growth potential for the world, which is extremely dangerous. So it's super important that we have the right environment to allow this kind of green innovation, to flourish. And it's another reason to be very encouraged just looking around you here at COP to see so many, innovative new companies, ideas, products. So it's encouraging in a way, despite the challenges that we face. It's not going to be easy, but and there's a lot to do. So I wonder whether anybody would like to join the conversation. If you've got questions for either one of us, or if you'd like to share your thoughts about what you've seen and learned here at COP. This is meant to be an inclusive conversation, so we include you all. Any questions? No. Comments? Mr. Icebreaker, thank you.
No problem at all. I guess you can hear me, right?
Yes.
I should be close. All right. Thank you very much for all the information and the vision that you have created regarding this issue, because there are many topics that has to be understood. Closer is better, I guess, right?
Yes, I think
All
closer
right.
is better, yeah.
All right, now. So one of the most critical topics regarding the development potential is the disclosures and the standards, European or global standards that has been developing right now, as you mentioned correctly. And you mentioned how many $1 trillion was it, the ESG bond debt?
4.5, right?
$4.5 trillion already, and already tripled, and will continue. But the ISSB's work with the IFRS will be very critical, obviously. So there will be many standards in the next 10 years or so, most likely. We'll reach at some point a universal standard, most likely, that we can all use. But in the short run, with the European Green Deal, obviously, European standards and European taxonomy will be one of the most important moving objects. We'll be in Turkey also preparing a new taxonomy for us as well. But the IFRS work can rule it all at the end of the day, but it can take more than a couple of years, most likely. So is there any expectations, and what's your take on, especially on IIF, International Finance Institute? Do you have any visions? Obviously, it'll be more like intuitive at the moment. It cannot be objective or data, because nobody knows what will happen next. But your vision on that on this issue would be quite important for us all, I guess. Thank you very much to both of you for all these critical matters. It's a twin goal, as you mentioned, digital and sustainable, as Europe defines. And it's a moving target for us all. So more cooperation and more synergy will be critical for us. Thank you.
And that's a really good question, because when you think about sustainable finance, there's two things that underpin everything. One is data, and the other is disclosure, because you can't grow sustainable finance without those two things. So you asked what we would wish for, what we might like to see. Yesterday, I did a panel discussion including Emmanuel Faber, who runs the ISSB, and he's a very interesting guy, kind of philosophical, sort of French, and he has a difficult job. He's got to kind of do enough to satisfy the European Union, which wants to go further, higher, better with disclosure, but keep the US from breaking apart, because you don't want another situation where you have IASB on the international front, the International Accounting Standards Board, and then FASB, the Financial Accounting Standards Board for the US, because that's just dumb. We really would prefer that not happen. So wish number one, I think, would be for the ISSB to succeed in finding that, what does he refer to it as, a global baseline standard. And if the European Union wants to go further with that, they can. But if we have a global baseline, if that's successful, so that would be thing one. Thing two is to see more progress on this data front, right? Because when you think about our transition plans and all of our hopes and dreams in getting to net zero, data is so fundamental to these goals. So it's encouraging to see, we mentioned the new technologies that can help get the data, but it's also a question of cost and accessibility, right? It's all very well to have the best data in the world, but if it's owned by a little company somewhere in Sweden and you have to pay a fortune for it, it's not very useful for you. So these data repository initiatives, and one of them you probably know is unveiled pretty recently. This was President Macron in France. And Mike Bloomberg of the very deep pockets and lots of money, they've combined their forces to put together this open data utility, a data utility they call it. We haven't seen the details yet, but I think what they've done is they've gone to S&P and Moody's and MSCI and sort of twisted their arms and said, give us your data because, or at least some of your data, so we can put it in this portal so that it is accessible to everybody. Because one of the most challenging issues for like a financial firm, if you're trying to report on your financed emissions or put together your transition plan, is to have this data and information from all the firms that you lend money to across your supply chain. So if you had that kind of repository, that would be very helpful. So those would be my wishes, but being based in Washington, D.C., and where we sit inside the Beltway and hearing all of this political tension, my fear is that the U.S. and of course China as well, those are the two big players outside the EU, won't compromise enough to make an effective global disclosure standard. I'm hopeful, but I'm also a little worried that it might not happen exactly the way we might wish, right? It's a good question.
Thank you very much. A brief follow-up then. I mean, SEC also have made some moves, so I'm still hopeful, as you mentioned as well. But you mentioned that the importance of data. And as for data, one of the biggest problems is verification. Until now, every bank has its own system of checks and KPIs and all that, and their own accreditation systems, one might say. But when we are talking about a global market, then the data verification will be a more crucial issue, and especially for SMEs and even for the big companies, it could be quite costly to verify the objectivity of that data unless you have an SPTI goal, etc., etc. So CDP, SPTI, there are important steps, obviously, but I guess we need an open and bigger platform, more reachable, more concrete platform for this kind of data verification. If any thoughts on that, it will be also lovely.
So a couple of things here. You're right that would be great if we had such a platform and ready verification like that. My fear is, at least in the U.S. context, what we're going to end up with is a whole bunch of what I call jobs for the boys. So this is all the third-party companies, the assurance companies that do all of this verification. They're going to be super busy. They're out there giving, training sessions and seminars and selling their wares. So that's big business, this verification. So that's one thing. The other thing that I think is interesting is this whole safe harbor question. So if you want to go further and be more ambitious in what you ask in terms of disclosures, you have to also allow for reasonable mistakes. Like if you're a bank and you want to disclose scope 3 emissions, you want to disclose every single thing you possibly can, you have to be given some assurance that you won't be penalized if it turns out to be mistaken information. So that's this whole safe harbor provision that the SEC has been asked. So when we did a response to the SEC on their consultation, that's one of the things we heard from our members. Push them to give safe harbor, because otherwise people won't be ambitious in their disclosures. It's just too risky, And that whole, on a related note, the whole question of legal liability for climate commitments. This is a very sad and dangerous area. I know it's more of a U.S. discussion. It's not so prevalent elsewhere. But, you've heard these stories about some of the big U.S. banks saying they don't want to be part of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, that they might leave the Net Zero Banking Alliance. Now, hopefully none of them will do this, because it would be very bad for them as well, right? They would have a reputational damage and kind of blow up their, really not look good for them. And I think they probably won't, at least not for now. The ones we've talked to, you know, they've too invested. They're going to stay in. But it's a big legal question. You know, if you make a commitment, even if it's a voluntary commitment to net zero, can you be sued? Can the lawyers come after you if you don't get there, even if it's not your fault if you don't get there? You know, so it's a dangerous area. Any other questions? Are we good? If not, then you've been a terrific audience. Thank you so much, and thank you, Yoshio, for a really, really good conversation. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
will put sound. You will put the sound. Why? Yeah. With the sound. Yes. Can they put it with the sound? With the sound. No, the video sound. Okay, dear participants, welcome to the panel dedicated on circular economy. My name is Michal Dinuski. I'm the team leader of the projects assisting Turkey on transitions to a circular economy. We had few mentions during the panels today, particularly the panel related to finance. We have started with a video on circular economy and the project. I would say this is more than a project; it's a vision for the country to move towards circularity, but also to bring in economic, but also the environmental results. Today we have 4 distinguished speakers. We will listen from Ms. Demet Erdoğan, who is a branch manager in the Department of the Environment, who is responsible for organizing this event on the Turkey's zero waste program, but also on the way forward towards circular economy. Ms. Erdoğan is one of the key persons in the ministry dealing with waste, and she has the most updated picture on the current situation and on the way forward. We have with us also Dr. Rifat Simon Kunal, who is, I believe most of you already know. He was director of the REC Turkey for many years, and also he was providing input for almost all the essential programs in Turkey. We have with us also Dr. Cynthia Chave, from the senior researcher in the Euro-Mediterranean Institute of Economics. We will hear from her on circular economy and resilient cities, a very important topic. And finally, we have Mr. Ruslan Zhechkov, one of the key experts in a number of projects supported by the European Union on economic instruments, on waste management. He worked for the major international banks, and also he is my dear friend. So I would like now first to invite Ms. Erdoğan. At the end of the session, we will put the video also on with the sound, because it was without sound. So I'm handing over to you. One more thing. Today it's our pleasure and honor that we are having this panel during the commemoration day of the 84 years of the passing away of the founder of the Republic, Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. And he was a man of a vision, and also, like our work, we do our work with a great vision. The floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, I would like to express my pleasure to be with you today. And as Mr. Dimonsky said, we remembered Mustafa Kemal Atatürk with honor today. And now I want to deal with circular economy context in Turkey with climate change relation. And today, firstly, I would like to inform you about current situation of waste management in our country, and then give some information about our national waste management action plan. It is a major plan, major strategic plan on waste management.
and then applied instrumentations about incentives, tariffs, and fees. And these are after these. I would like mention about our country's Green Deal Action Plan, then preparing studies about circular economy action plan. Finally, I would like to complete my words about municipal waste management relation to climate change context. Now, waste management, waste generation is a nature product of economic development, population growth, and urbanization. And when cities faced population growth, they also cities population growth. They also faced corresponding amount of waste to manage through disposal. And according to the Eurostat value, in 2020, nearly 200 million tons of municipal waste were generated in EU countries. As compared to 2010, we can see only increasing ratio about 2%. As the same value as the same year, we can see our country's data. According to Turkstat data, in 2020, we have 32.3 million tons of municipal waste. And when we look at the graphic on the left side, we show the bio-waste ratio on our municipal waste. It's only 50%. You can see, and in this at this point, we realize also managing biodegradable waste is great importance according to decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. And this characterization and amount of waste also varies according to incoming levels and consumption. So we try to make or improve our facilities in managing this biodegradable waste. And if I would like to summarize pavements of our legislation, we can start with 2017 with our Zero Waste project, and this project is our country's environmental movements, and we aim to improve or spread all our country. And on Tuesday, our colleagues inform you about this project detail. But now I will give some information and summarize it. And after these implementations and needs that are taken for our ministry, we make some regulation revision. And we start with zero waste regulation. It was launched in 2019, and after that, amendment of environmental law is important. And also we have development plan, 11th development plan, national development plan, and in that plan we can focus on sustainable waste management strategies. Start with separating at source from households, and then recovery and recycling part. And amendment made in environmental law in 2020, we have some new opinions, issues like circular economy principles, zero waste principles, and charging of plastic bags, tackling single-use plastics, and mandatory usage of recyclable waste as a raw material. And these are taken part in our environmental law. And another important issue for us, we have pre-treatment and recovery facilities, and we improve our facilities technical criteria and minimum requirements by the regulation on the general principles of waste pre-treatment and recovery facilities. And you can see easily, since waste management is a versatile and open field for environmental and continuous developments, we continue to work, and conduct the revision of our legislation. And as I said, our major policy document on waste management is National Waste Management Action Plan. It was entered in 2017, and we aim to reveal sustainable waste management strategies in different areas, different cities, and it contains different kinds of waste. But nowadays, as I mentioned, we have some revisions about it because circular economy principle and zero waste implementations. Because of these implementations, we need to revise this plan, and we hope it will last at the end of this year. So with this plan, we aim to enhance our recovery rate and reveal the relevant capacities that are needed for managing our waste according to the directives and regulations. Pardon. And since in line with studies carried out since 2017, our recycling ratio is increasing from 13% to 27.2% in 2021, and it is foreseen to reach this value in 2023, 35%, and 60% in 2035. Besides this, on the basic principles of the circular economy, is the usage of recycling waste as raw materials in the production process is important. And in our country, we have regulation by law on waste management, and related to this regulation, we have a communique. And according to this regulation, we use waste as a mining waste, sewage sludge, or sanitary waste or slag are used, and alternative materials, raw materials in different sectors, for example, cement, in lime, etc. And as you see, additional fuel, 1.52 million tons of additional fuel, and 3.1%, 1 million tons of alternative raw material have been used in these sectors. In addition to these applications, with the amendment made in environmental law in 2020, we also charge of plastic bags, and with charging these plastic bags, it is a reduction in the usage of these bags, and nearly 65% reduction was achieved cumulatively. And in recent years, as the concept of circular economy has become widespread, as the ministry, we have great role, especially on effective resource and waste management. Therefore, the concept of circular economy became a guide in most of our legislation operational implementation. And economic instruments, especially incentives, fees, and tariffs, I would like to summarize them to you. In order to provide carrying out responsibilities, incentives, tariffs, and fees have been implemented. And one of them starts with solid waste program project. It is for only local administrations. And local administrations are supported by our ministry to fulfill their environmental responsibilities on waste management. And the other one is recovery contribution share, and it is only also regulated legally, and I can say it is a fund system, and with the regulation, technical procedures, principles regarding the determination, declaration, collection, and the monitoring of recovery contribution share to be collected from marketers have been determined. And the third one is law on use of renewable energy resources. It is published by Ministry of Energy, and it is the related legal regulation about decreasing our greenhouse gas emissions from landfill or biogas facilities, because with this regulation we bring these waste to the economy and decrease greenhouse gas emissions and expand the use of renewable energy resources for the purpose of electricity generation. And the last one is regulation on the regulation on the determining of tariffs. And this is also for local administration. They are responsible for determining tariffs and from citizens according to their services. And citizens also responsible for paying these services for this. And now, if we look at the reflection of the EU Green Deal Action Plan, in our country, Ministry of Trade prepared a Green Deal Action Plan, and it was published in 2021. Action Plan includes 81 actions and under 9 main titles. There are also sub-actions in that plan, and the task of preparing the Circular Economy Action Plan was given to our ministry. At that point, I want you focus on the question, what is circular economy? But I know all of you are familiar about this question and also this picture. But I want you to focus on that red circle one, because we are losing our nature resources at that circle one, red circle one. And we try to minimize the effects of these technologies, these managing systems, and close the loop. When we look at the circle part, we can see incineration and landfill are found there, and these are not under circular economy principles. So the question appears, why we need a circular economy? And because I said because, but we have so many answers, but I only summarize some of them. Because our country is the eighth largest OECD economy and fastest growing, and our current population growth rate is 1.09%, and which has been decreasing gradually every year. And the population is expected to peak nearly 97 million in 2059, and then decrease in the following years. The rising amount of waste, resource use, and the energy is expected to increasing population and economic growth. And to deal with all these challenges, we recognize that it must transition to a more circular growth model, and we are making efforts to harmonize our environmental, regulatory, and policy framework with EU standards in this area. In this context, we start a project in this year and will last 3 years. With this project, we prepare our nation's circular economy action plan specific to our countries, and we also determine our country's circular economy potential, and sectoral impact assessment studies will be performed for selected sectors, priority sectors, and also regulatory impact assessment studies and roadmap will be prepared for single-use plastics, and also regulatory and also evaluation of alternative collection models in waste have been had. And at that point, our moderator, Mr. Dimovsky, is our project team leader, and maybe he might want to share the details about this project. If we have enough time, I think. And finally, I would like to continue my presentation about municipal waste and climate change context part. In the world in 2016, it is estimated that 1.6 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions caused from waste sector because of dump sites and no gas management system sites. And when we look at our country's inventory reports by Turkstat, according to Turkstat data, from the table, our waste sector greenhouse gas emissions is nearly 16.4 million tons, and compared to previous year, this value is increased 3.1%. And the most effective part of these emissions, methane, we can see methane, and it is about 22% in these emissions. So what do we need to decrease these emissions because of the managing the landfills or the dump sites or biogas plants? First, we start with rehabilitation of dump sites in our country. To decrease these emissions, we start rehabilitation of dump site and install gas management system, and we'll proceed with these studies in coming periods. And as I complete my words, I summarize all our policy framework, policy documents, strategy, our strategy on waste management, and we have some decisions, and these, and as you see from the screen, these are also were held in Climate Council in this year. We aim to increase our recovery rate 60% in 2035, and also not accept the wastes that are not subject to pretreatment to landfills as of 2053. And in line with our zero emission targets, minimizing of low spills, preventing of food waste are great importance, and we realize this importance and try to improve our studies about this management of biodegradable waste. And also I would like to complete my words reminding a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our opportunity and our responsibility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Erdoğan. Impressive figures, impressive way forward. As rightfully mentioned, Turkey is 8th largest OECD economy, population expected to grow to 85 million people. Turkey is dependent mostly on imports of energy and also raw materials. And the overall way forward is really ambitious. As Ms. Erdogan mentioned, the current plans and the policies to put forward aim to also reduce carbon emissions. Circular economy, in principle, as per Aaron MacArthur Foundation, would expect to reduce 38% of greenhouse gases emissions, but also $13 trillion opportunity, business opportunity, and 6 million jobs to be created in 2021. What we want also in Turkey to have these opportunities and also to have a proper results. There are also incoming policies from the European Union. Some of those policies are putting more stringent measures. The action plan will be aligned to the European Union action plan and also put in a Turkish context. So I would like now to move on with Mr. Unal on sustainable consumption and production, a recently finalized project in cooperation with UNMF. Unal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dymowski. Distinguished speakers, thank you very much for coming this presentation. I have approximately 5 to 10 minutes, thus I will try to wrap up my presentation in a very concrete way, so that as a result I will not present all my figures and tables, but I would like to make summaries, so I will pass a little bit quickly. And also, Demet Hanım summarized the overall picture, so it will also make my job easier. So I mainly speak about a UNEP project we prepared in the beginning of 2021, and I will share information, our fundings, as a result of this project. But before going, as Demet Hanım mentioned, Turkey's latest GHG inventory was 524 million tons per year, and the majority of this was coming from industry sector. If we compare Turkey with similar sized European countries such as France, Poland, Spain, we see that Turkey's population is increasing much more rapidly. Simultaneously, Turkey's GDP is growing in a much more faster way, and the result, Turkey's the country's GHG emissions are also increasing. So we can also see from this slide. I am hoping that after the end of presentation, you will be able to access to this presentation, so you can see these data by yourself. But I can say that in every 5 years, Turkey's population is almost increasing 5 million, which means we are establishing a new metropolitan city. Thus, it requires steel, it requires cement, it requires electronic equipments, and all these requirements increase our emissions. But still, our latest inventory represents that Turkey's per capita emissions are 6.3 tons per year per capita, which is still at the same level with similar European countries. In the project, we elaborated 4 sectors, which were food and agriculture, buildings and construction, consumer goods and manufacturing, and tourism. And we decided that 2 of these sectors, which are consumable goods and also building sector, has the highest impact, and they can help Turkey the most to the transition to a more sustainable economy. The first roadmap was about triple E sector, so electric and electronic equipment sector. And my presentation will be mainly on about this sector. Triple E covers almost all electronic equipments. It's a very big volume, and usually it consists around 10% of economies. And the amount of triple E and waste electrical and electronic equipments are increasing rapidly. Now globally we have around annual 55 million tons per year, and we are expecting this amount to increase 75 million by 2050. In a similar way, Turkey's the amounts in Turkey are also increasing. From 1990 to 2000, I think 20, Turkey's only white goods equipments amount of these equipments fourfold. So it was 2 million and it increased to 7.5 million in 2020. So there is a huge increase in the amount of e-waste in the past years. But not only in Turkey, but also if we check it globally, we don't know what is happening to the 83% of the e-waste. We don't know. Even in the more developed part of the countries, most of them are shipped to the Africa, or some of them are shipped to China, and they are usually treated in a sub-environmental friendly ways. And this resulted in in GHG emissions. For instance, because of this untreated e-waste, it is expected that, it is calculated that 100 million tons is annual impact to the environment. EU has a target of collecting 65% of e-waste annually, and they are now reaching, most of the European countries are reaching to this target. And Turkey, as a European accession country, transposed most of the European directives to the internal legislation. But also, as Demet Hanım mentioned, Turkey recently established product fee system in Turkey. Turkey is the second country in Europe, following Hungary, to establish such a fee system. It is part of extended producer responsibility system, and Turkey is now collecting this, what we call GECAP, from the producers and allocating this amount to the management of different waste streams. And Turkey's, as a result, Turkey's e-waste management capacities are also increasing. Now there are more than 100 facilities in Turkey. Most of them are focused on Marmara region of the country, and there is an important recycling ongoing in the country. But with this GECAP, Turkey aims to increase this amount to a much higher level. This is some of our suggested projects. I just would like to highlight one of them, which is about rare earth elements. According to EAI, if the countries keep their promises to move to a net zero emission countries, most of the energy-related raw material trade will be consist of trade of rare earth elements. And thus, recycling of these materials are very important, because they are focused, or they are excavated only from a very limited number of countries, and Turkey doesn't have these raw materials. For Turkey to have a more sustainable and more secure production of this triple E, Turkey also needs to establish recycling facilities for these rare earth elements. And by this, I would like to summarize my presentation.
Urabe, thank you very much for the presentation. We will take questions at the end because we don't know how much time we will have remaining. Now we move to the municipalities and to the regions. Extremely important topic. In the program, we have also included the municipalities. You know, in Turkey, some municipalities are bigger than some states in Europe, so it's very, very important to take this angle. And I would like to invite Dr. Cynthia Echavo from the Euro-Mediterranean Institute for the Economics to tell us more on the circular economy municipalities and also the resilience. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank on behalf of the MEA team. We are here together, President Rimayari, Harris, and Enrique, and George. We are together, and we're very honored to be here and form part of your event. So thank you very much, the Med and the Ministry. Okay, so my turn is to bring a bit about what happens to the cities. So of course, the circular economy, as we know, it's very related on the materials fluxes, I will say, and the cycle of the materials, and to avoid the waste. So I would like to explain a bit what we have related to cities in a resilient cities point of view. So just allow me to set a bit, because this COP is especially dedicated to Africa. So not to forget that Mediterranean and Africa, it's one of the hotspots in terms of the impacts that we will have in the proper years and decades on the climate action. So most of these effects are very, very related on how our cities are built up. So if we actually, our colleague was explaining the extraction of the raw materials. So there are some colleagues from Canada, the ecological footprint, and I encourage you to see this analysis, because they have been collecting through a lot of years this measurement about the biocapacity. So it really makes like an equilibrium, which is the level of extractive level of each country related to the biocapacity that it has. So it's we can see obviously which are the areas that we exceed the amount of resources, the use of amount, and that means that we catch from other places to fulfill our necessities. So the urban model, it's very important in this sense. Why? Because the way that we design, the way that we plan, and we manage our cities also has a final consequence on the waste that we produce. So just to tell, of course, Africa is one of the has one of the cities with the most speed up growth rates. So everything that we do in other areas, especially the most nearby, like Mediterranean, and will in a way have some incidents in the way. So it's part also for responsible that we transfer properly what they also can take approach. Okay. So this growth will combine not only the use of land use, but also the necessity to create new infrastructures in order even to have a sustainable development. So this means like treatment for water or waste treatment, or even the renewable energies and public transportation. So thinking about the resilient urban planning means to take into consideration land use, biodiversity as well, and how this impacts as well on social and health. So as you know, since 2017, the ratio of a rural and urban population has been split, shift. So now we have an increasing urban population and decreasing rural. But the rural, as I said, it's still there and still providing the resources that we mainly are using. So it's important to also consider, even if we are thinking on a urban development, that the territorial dimension should be also in there. So what we're working right now in EMEA, it's actually we launched it today, this morning, the Sustainable Transformative Action. So basically what our aim is to build an alliance among organizations to deal these main 4 pillars: biodiversity and natural capital, territorial resilience, sustainable finance, and sustainable entrepreneurship, with the aim to find which are the best roadmaps to finance this transformative action. So, as I say, this means to also push more to go into the post-carbon cities that we have been working since now, into also post-pandemic territories. The digitalization has pushed completely different ways, lifestyles, and ways of living. So for us, what it is important is to find a kind of a symbiosis. As we know, there is already defined an industrial symbiosis. So we encourage technological and knowledge symbiosis, but especially we are looking forward for a social symbiosis. So that means the awareness and the skills that this represents to have a more conscious society. So when we think about the circular economy in urban planning, I will break down in this main. So the principles basically is to have a zero waste, an open code, and apply an ethics. Ethics in the sense that we have a good trace about the fluxes that we're, because as you know, and as experts on circular economy, it's really difficult to have exactly all the data of all the value chain. So it's important to have ethics intact. So we need to close the loop. We need to have a climate adaptation to apply industrial symbiosis, apply eco-design, and also integrate into the planning the concept of share and to be more shared services than ownership. And we can go from an upper scale, which is the necessities from a urban planning perspective of the space that we need for big infrastructures, like could be waste treatment or natural-based solutions. But in a lower scale, at the same time, we need the facilities that are integrated properly in a good distribution for citizens for make accessible the points for collecting, especially on the waste, spatial waste, but also the composting. Before the Med was explaining that one of the objectives that they have in the future is to have this community compost, because it has been proved that if you reduce inside the quantity of organic material that you reserve from going to the plant treatment, it's money and energy that you save to the treatment. And at the same time, you encourage a community activity that can be also linked to community gardens or community parks. In another level, I will suggest that also from a urban planning perspective, all those new services related to sharing, like car sharing, e-mobility, the last mile, all these different, the Fab Labs, are different kind of activities that could be linked not only to our public facilities, but even for new business models. So these new business models are very linked to what we consider this green entrepreneurship. So allows to have a wider, different kind of new companies that can be helping to this regeneration of the economy. So at the same time, more in a territorial level, we're working on the ETU initiative. It's the Ecosystemic Transition Unit, that its aim is to encourage energy transition in a more territorial, incorporating the territorial dimension. So in this sense, what we have developed is this model, basically to have any community or a basic unit to analyze it as an ecosystem. So in that sense, what we're working is to help them how to integrate as much as possible and mainstream all those policies and targets, but having a more holistic approach. Because as you know, sometimes in a municipality level, they have to achieve targets related to mobility, related to waste management, related to climate action, or even to any other the SDGs. So the idea of having a common frame could also help, especially in those that are small municipalities. So we have developed an assessment, a set of indicators where integrated the circularity as well. So in a sense, any kind of action that they do, especially related to the green, either water, energy, and food nexus, also can be estimated. So to wrap up, some of the policy recommendations that we have targeting the climate targets that European members have settled. So we identify these main recommendations. So first of all, as you know, there is transposition from the European level of a collective self-consumption. So most of these policies are mainly think for urban areas. So having this possibility to analyze different areas, we identify the potential of including a wider distance and being able to have rural areas in a self-consumption perspective. The integration of different plans and the assessment of the impact of the transferring. So in that sense, we have, like I said, some of the rural areas, so how the potential they could have to develop renewable energy communities, because this it's a new business model that could be promoted, of course, from local authorities, but at the same time by cooperatives or entrepreneurs on the territories. So this is another example of how to integrate the link between energy plans and mobility plans. And this one that it's the case that I think it's more related to the circular economy. And it's an energy community, an energy plan, I will say, about 17 municipalities in the south of Spain, in Cordoba. What they are looking for is to have a management of the energy, looking for the reuse of the biogas produced by the manure waste. So there are a lot of farms there, and they create a lot of pollution and have an impact on the soil. So in a way, the plan is that they want to create this network of municipalities and manage all this waste from the manure, and then to create different biogas plants. So it's quite interesting because it's a way to, I mean, according to their estimations, it's they need 7 biogas plants distributed on the territory, but this could also provide as an output not only gas for electric uses, but mainly for the transportation. So they can link, for example, the accessibility at certain. So what we found very interesting of this case is not only the technical advances that these can provide into other examples, but precisely the holistic vision of a territorial dimension to link the waste management, link renewable energy consumption, and also the governance between the mobility aspect. So this is still a project, but we are promoting as well how they can achieve the investment required. So they have more or less, this is the estimation that these biogas plants, it's around 30 million, and plus a set of PV solar panels so that they combine both energy sources for the community. So of course, the exercise of looking into a different dimension also provides us the different dimension that has from a small scale than from a city. And this is important because if already cities are consuming so much, it is necessary that they empathize with the reality of other territories. Otherwise, we will still consume and consume. So, well, this is just a final estimation that we did for the project and how this impacts on the transferring, that it's also part of the reusing the knowledge, or this knowledge symbiosis that we said before. So now we are working on how to widen this ecosystemic transition unit, not only focus on energy transition, but in a wider spectrum to the rest of the sectors that can be involved. So of course, with the territorial component, with the technological component as well, and the access to main services, but as well the social component in sense of livability and the access to the main services that we need, and mainly the organizational, because I think in all of these processes we need, when we always say the citizens implication or citizens awareness, but for real is the civil society organizational capacity. As long as local authorities feel comfortable with, or will feel more empowered if their the civil society also supports the efforts. So just to conclude, another aspect that it's also related to urban planning, it's precisely the transformation of our spaces, and every element that we introduce in this design of this new way of thinking. I mean, now the cities are going more, speeding up on the pacifying and incorporating more soft mobility. So this is also an opportunity to introduce circular economy on the design and the eco-design on the different spaces. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cynthia. It's a really, really interesting presentation. I suggest we, for the sake of the time, we move on now on circular economy, also on business models, and the very important link between the climate change and the circular economy. Rustam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mishko. I have about minus 10 minutes left. So very quickly, I will try to answer the three questions that Mr. Dimovsky asked in 3 minutes. So really, I would like to summarize very quickly what I wanted to say. What is more, I'm last, so many of the things they have been said. First of all, I would like to let you know the project I'm working on. It's the same company that is managing the project in Turkey, and this project, which is called Klimamet. Klimamet is a very interesting project that has been going for 10 years in Maghreb and Mashrek countries on climate governance, climate finance, and drafting climate energy and climate plans on city level. So it is improving climate governance, developing local plans, and developing strong funding proposals. So now it's a very interesting moment where there are more than 100 SECAPs, the so-called SECAPs, which need to be financed. So 1 minute for the first question. The second question was, what was the link between circular economy and climate change? I think it is clear for everyone, but I would like to very quickly look at it through another perspective. First of it is smarter product use and manufacture. That's one of the aspects of circular economy. And of course, then the benefits are fewer products, fewer GHG emissions, more intensive use of products, etc. Also, the second aspect is the extension of lifespan of the products and the useful application of materials. Here, we will also be gaining, I don't know, 10, 20, 30% through different circular economy strategies, which are on the left-hand side: repair, refurbish, etc., etc. It is also very interesting to look at the circular economy from the point of view of a business. So not only from the point of view of a national authority or a local authority. So these are the different circular models through innovation, through circular use, and through output models, circular output models. So this was the second question. Yeah, and one more thing, I think it's very useful, and you know it as well, that there are different loops. Circular economy is about loops. So there are loops on a local level, there are loops on a regional level, on a national level, and then there are global supply loops. So when we have this visualization in mind, it is also helpful to look at the subject. And the third question that was asked, I think I'm doing fine with the time. It was about the link between EU policies and circular economy. I will not read them all, of course. There are these are the main EU policies that have relation with the circular economy. I would like to pick the third one only, the Eco-Design Directive. I don't have a slide about that, but I think it has huge implications for countries like Turkey, because there was a draft regulation this year, and in the coming years, I was involved last year in the ex-ante impact assessment of the sustainable product policy. So in the coming years, there will be lots of implications for countries like Turkey who import into the European Union different products, for example, textile products or electronic products, and they will have to comply with many requirements. I'm talking about the next 10 years. So there will be requirements on the recycled content of the product. So if you, for example, produce a T-shirt and import it into the EU, the recycled content in the T-shirt has to go up and up, etc. There will be requirements on the digital information that the product carries. So this is also very important and has to be kept in mind while developing the strategies in Turkey. There will be other requirements on durability of the product, on recyclability of the product, and all these things that are linked to the circular economy. So something to be kept in mind in the strategic documents that you are developing. I think I managed in about 4 minutes with what I wanted to say. Thank you, Misha.
Time is not important, but the information presented, yes, we are taking into account the textile strategy, the eco-design, and also all the incoming EU rules. We are also having a look at the new proposal for a waste shipment regulation, which will have an impact on the exporters to OECD countries, particularly with these audits and due diligences. Turkey is a major importer of scrap metal from the European Union. So, yes, we are having a look in all of those. I would like to turn to the panelists. I would like to open the floor for questions. We have 2-3 minutes for questions in case you have some, you want to say some more detailed information. If there are no questions, I would like to thank to the panelists, but also to the audience of this panel. And we are looking forward to seeing you in some other occasions. The world is small. The COPs are every 4 years, but still I believe we will meet in addition to the COP. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very nice afternoon and very successful travel back home, those who are going these days. All the best. Thank you. We can put the video, you know, if you want.
Tamam. Tamam. Size ekrana vereyim ben. Tamam. Tamam. Yok yok problem değil. Olur öyle şeyler. Yes, yes, yes. Full ekran yapabilir miyiz? Tamam. Bir de ben bir şey rica edeceğim. Birkaç fotoğrafımı çekebilir misiniz? Size versem sonrasında. Biraz da sakinliğini çekin. Tamam. Olur olur. Yok sunarken de olur. Şey de olur. Bunu kullanmayacak mıyım ben? Aynen buradan bilgisayardan kullanacağım. Bardak temiz zaten. Su da. Tamam. Tamam. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Tamam. Tamam. Ona bakarak anlatayım olmasın. Biraz daha yok yok problem değil ya. Daha en azından orada izleyenler var biliyorum. Evet. Süper. Tamam. Olur, olur valla. Tamam. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Tamam. Tamam, çok teşekkür ederim. Olmuştur ya. Tamam, teşekkürler. Geliyor aynen. Tamam. Tamamdır. Şöyle. Denem. Teşekkür ederim. Başlıyorum. Hello everyone. My name is Arzu Aktar Kerimov. I am an environmental engineer. I work as a senior environmental engineer in Star Refinery, Sokar, Turkey. Today I will talk about the best available techniques in the Star Refinery. In my presentation, I try to talk about Star Refinery and then best available techniques to lower emission in Star Refinery. And finally, I talk about the Sokar Türkiye decarbonization strategy. Star Refinery is located in Ali Ağa, Izmir, in Turkey. In the Ali Ağa Peninsula, there are different type of the Sokar Turkey companies. One of them is the Star Refinery. The other big one is the Petkim petrochemical companies, and the other is the Sokar Storage, Sokar Depolama Company, and the Sokar Container Terminal, and Petkim Renewable Wind Energy Company. Star Refinery is a very new refinery in Turkey. Our first crude oil feed in the August 2018, and then Star operated is started. And Star Refinery is the Turkey's only refinery company with the refinery petrochemical integration. Our naphtha feed go to the petrochemical company Petkim as a feed. Approximately 25% of the Turkey's need for processed crude oil products, and according to 2021 data, annual crude oil processing capacity is the 11 million ton. Star Refinery, one of the world's most digital refinery, by adopting the advanced technologies, starting from the engineering design. These are the process diagrams, and you can see our products. One of them is LPG, light naphtha, reformant jet fuel, diesel, and sulfur petcoke products. In Star Refinery, there are different types of the best available techniques are used, and Star Refinery was designed by using these techniques by mentioning the best available techniques developed by the European regulatory frameworks. All best available techniques mentioned in the brief document, best available technique reference document for the refining oil and gas document. During the operation phase, Star Refinery can contribute to lower emissions by applying these techniques. As a Star Refinery, we have a 34 best available techniques in the refinery, but today I will talk about the emission-related best available techniques. One of them is the environmental management system. The second one is the energy efficiency. The other is the solid materials and handling, monitoring of air emissions, operation of waste treatment system, prevent and decrease VOC emissions, cooking processes, combustion units emissions, reduce emission from the distillation units, and storage handling processes, and finally flare activities. We can see the details in these parts. First one is the environmental management system. In our refinery, we have an environmental, social, and management system in line with the Turkish regulation, IFC performance standards, safe rules. Sokar aims for the efficiency and integrated management environmental system. How we can do it, this environmental management system? We can use the policies, plans, and procedures, reports for ESMS application, site audits, and the training awareness activities. We have also health and safety policies at the Star Refinery. Environmental is the main important topic for this. As an environmental team, we can work on it, the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions, reduction of water use, monitoring the natural gas resources, and monitoring the waste management and emission releases. And also very different environmental processes in our refinery. Process maps are related with the environmental activities are applied, and outputs environmental processes are monitored with the key performance indicators. And also we have an annual HSE plan including the environmental action, and are prepared in this plan. And also Star Refinery has a lenders, as in line with this lender procedure, we have an environmental social plan, EZEP. This plan includes both Turkish regulation, IFC and BAT requirements. And also lenders are coming to our site, and site audits are performed, and reporting procedure is the annually regular time. And also, as an environment management, we have a periodical field inspections. In line with these inspections, regular site visits are performed. The results are recorded and reported management regularly. Corrective actions are communicated, and HSE recognition system is implemented as per the compliance scores. In our refinery, to increase the everyone awareness, we performed some activities such as environmental trainings, toolbox, bulletins, and the drills. Second best available techniques is the energy efficiency. In our refinery, we have a heat integration, heat exchanging between streams to heated and cooled. And our combustion units, we have a heat and power recovery. For example, waste heat from combustion in process heaters and boilers is recovered to preheat the inlet charge. And also we have a process optimization. Heater's combustion is regulated to a level of the efficiency equal to 90%. And as an energy efficiency, we use the energy benchmarking methods. The other best available techniques are the solid materials storage and handling. In our refinery, we are two types of the solid storage areas. Which one is the coke and solid sulfur. We have an enclosed building for these materials to prevent the dust emission, water fog system to minimize dust particles, and dust collection system where dust may be generated from trucks, and finally road cleaning vehicles around the loading system structure to prevent the dust emission. The other important best available techniques in our refinery is the monitoring of the air emissions. We have a continuous emission monitoring system in our combustion unit stacks. It's an online system, and we follow up this system online, and system values reported to ministry instantly. For all the heaters, continuous monitoring system for the oxygen and carbon monoxide content to control the combustion efficiency and related emission parameters is also. The other important best available techniques is the operation of the waste gas treatment system. In our refinery, we have a fuel gas system, and the off gas from the units are treated and then used to our refinery fuel gas system. The aim of this waste gas treatment system is to remove our waste gas from the hydrogen, sulfur, and ammonia content, and then our emissions are and flares reduced in the stacks. Sour water stripper unit is also waste gas treatment in our refinery. In this system, removes the dissolved hydrogen sulfate and ammonia from sour water systems originated from the different units of our refinery. Hydrogen sulfurs and ammonia are separated also in our system, and then the SRU and TGTU units for the treatment of the waste gas. Prevent and decrease of VOC emissions. This method is used in our storage tank area. VOC, volatile organic compounds, fugitive emission from the tanks are reduced by using for example, light liquid products such as light naphtha, toluene units, rather than the flare of these gas. And also converting the carbonyl sulfate in the hydrogen sulfate is used to prior to treating gas from the coking units. The other best available techniques about the combustion units emissions. For the prevent NOx emission, we can use the heat integration and recovery of waste heat. And also in our units combustion parts, high efficiency heaters and boilers are used. And also as mentioned in the last slides, we have the treatment of the off gases and the selection of the fuel gas. And we also low emission type burner selection and low temperature oxidation are used in our combustion units. For the dust and metal emissions, the refinery adopt the following primary techniques. For example, combustion units use gas fuel instead of the liquid fuels like fuel oil. And we can use optimization of the combustion units, as I mentioned, the BAT5. And another techniques have not been considered because as the use of the gas fuel combustion is considered sufficient in the BAT document. For the reduce or prevent SOx emission, we use natural gas, and amine scrubbing is used for the removing hydrogen sulfate compounds from the sour gas coming from the off-gas units. And we can also, again, no fuel oil is not used in the heaters. As dust and metal emissions, another techniques are performed in our refinery because the solution of the fuel's low sulfur content is sufficient for this best available techniques. For the carbon monoxide emissions, our combustion units burners are designed work to excess air levels that allows to comply with the minimum oxygen content, and burners designed to meet emission level 100 milligram normal metric cube limit as mentioned in the Turkish regulation and best available techniques guideline. Reduction of the emission from distillation units is similar of the waste gas treatment part, but different from the different from the other units. These units have used to our off gas inside the vacuum treatment unit, vacuum distillation unit. By using the amine washing of the video sour gas to remove hydrogen sulfide, and the amine washing is performed and resulting from the off gas burned in the vacuum heater. For these spots used in the terminal operation, volatile organic compounds from the ship loadings are collected in this system and treated in the vapor recovery system. These vapors from the ships are collected by the vapor return arms, and blank gas of the jetty drums tanks are also collected and treated in the vapor recovery gas. This collected gas is also transferred to the refinery hydrocarbon slope system and further processing. And the last part is about the flare system. We are two types of flares in our refinery. One of them hydrocarbon flares, and the other one is the acid gas. These flares are used during the startup and shutdown and during any possible emergency times. We have a knockout drums before the flare systems. In this knockout drums, liquid elements and condensed hydrocarbons are separated, and then gas form is sent to flare. Flare slope pumps send the hydrocarbons to the refinery slope tanks, and water parts are sent to sour water system. If sorry. If flaring is unavoidable in our refinery, we have a flare gas recovery system. This system collects from the gas from the flare headers, and it is compressed to gas for the reused refinery fuel gas. And this system size are may ensure the headers to they are suitable for the governing scenarios and general power failure cases. These are the all best available techniques implemented in our refinery. Besides of these best available techniques, we have a decarbonization strategy as a SOCAR Turkey. We have a short-term and long-term strategies. In short term, we plan or our strategy plan is the used energy efficiency initiatives, pilot implementation options for new technologies, the emission dimensions to be taken into consideration in new investment decision, and also by 2035 we have a target to reduce our scope 1 and scope 2 emissions 40%. And in a long term, we plan that scaling up the decarbonization strategy in line with the legal regulatory requirements, and also closely monitoring and evaluating potential investment strategy in new areas, and also establishing partnership for the decarbonization investments. Finally, implementing the carbon offset projects. By 2050, we have another strategic target for the net zero emissions in our scope 1 and scope 2 emission. If you can look to our sustainability report, you can you can see our strategy and our plans. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, I can answer that. Thank you. Olsun olsun, hiç problem değil. Olsun olsun, onlar olsun yeterli ya. Problem değil. Çok sağ ol.
Se. Se. Se. Change. Yes. Say. Se. Se.